Good afternoon, everybody. Give me one second. Let's just turn that down a little bit. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone's having a solid Saturday so far. Oops. Start off today's stream with smacking my microphone a little bit. Hello, everyone. Hopefully it's going well for you so far. I have done very little today so far. I mean, I just kind of like woke up and decided I should stream at some point, so here we are. So we are going to be continuing our little Japan playthrough, of course. As we've been playing over the past, like, month and a half. I feel like we're getting pretty close to 2 months. Or, actually, yeah, we're really close to 2 months since this DLC released. Still the same campaign, by the way. One campaign every 2 months. That does sound like a Corbett classic here, but yeah. We do want to go ahead and finish off this campaign relatively soon. So we're streaming it today, and hopefully sometime in the upcoming week as well. I'm not entirely sure how long it will take, because it is 1901, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us if we want to get to 1 billion GDP. Now, I don't think it's going to be too difficult. We do have 245 million pops, so that only translates to a GDP per capita of... yeah, about 4. I think we can probably reach that, right? I was about to say, what are these insane GDPs per capita? California, 258,000 per capita. Right, well, we did actually just release a bunch of people. Why is your population 0? Hold on, let me unpause a little bit. Your population should not be 0. Oh no, what have I done? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. I didn't consider this would be a possibility. Wait a minute. Troubleshooting issues. 1 moment. Never mind. Just had to wait a month. Okay. Because at the end of our last stream, we had just finished off the war with America, so I was thinking, oh, wait a minute. Like, these should definitely have pop in them. I guess I didn't even wait 1 month after finishing that war. Yeah, we vaporized half the United States. Oops. Alright, we're good, we're good. So good afternoon to Simone Borio. Studying for an exam, wish I was doing anything but this. Studying for an exam, but stream on in the background. You have more concentration than I ever had. Good luck with that. Sorry, I'm looking around to see how far the AI has gotten so far. I noticed that the United States actually has colonies in Africa. I mean, it's not like it didn't happen, it's just a little bit cursed to see it more than once. Anyway, so, in our Japan playthrough here, let's just catch people up to speed on what we've been doing. I imagine some people in today's stream are not going to have been caught up to the previous ones. So, to give you a little rundown of where we are in this Japan playthrough, we have just finished a war with the United States to take Alaska. Well, actually, let's be clear about this. They started the war against me. I am 99% sure I'm remembering that correctly. So they started to play against me. I was allied to Britain. I'm still allied to Britain, actually. So, as you can imagine, that did not end particularly well for the United States. And in the aftermath of that, we took the rest of the Kuril Islands, these ones up here, because they were owned by America, because when you purchase Alaska, you also get these islands, for some reason. So they wanted to take the rest of these islands from me. They wanted to take Sakhalin. So we decided to take Alaska instead. And then we separated Oregon, California, Texas, and New Africa from the United States, but we did something a little extra. I don't know if you can spot it immediately, but we did also take Brooklyn. We took Brooklyn as a treaty port. So, we will still have access to the American market, even if they decide to embargo us, which I think they have, so... Rip Bozo. That's unfortunate. That's a shame. That's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. And then as for our relationship with the rest of the world, it's kind of okay, but I think we can make it a lot worse. I think we can make everybody hate us a lot more. Why is New Africa in South America? New Africa is just in southern United States, if that's what you mean. And it's here because, well, it's here because slavery, first and foremost. That's one of the predominant reasons. But also because we decided to release them. And oh yeah, we're also probably going to try to bring all these people into the power block as well. American century of humiliation. Pretty much. Because yeah, I don't think they're coming back from this. I mean, they might. It's not even like they lost that much GDP or population. Okay, I think that graph is a little bit bugged. Let's give that a little bit to update, maybe. Japanese-Oregonian treaty declined. When I unpause, it probably did something. Oh, they just don't like me. Okay. Alright, I guess. Do I even have any involvement? I have some involvement here. I should be able to sign treaties with you then. Actually, I should be able to improve relations with you. Oh, we have max relations. Same with Oregon, they just don't like me. Okay. What's the start date in this game? 1836. So it has been quite a bit into this campaign. I'm also thinking, yeah, I'm just going to see if I can guarantee the independence of these American countries. Get a few investment rights. What do you want? Trade privilege. Yeah, you can have trade privileges. That's fine, actually. 5 years, just in case. That's cool. Texas. We're going to try and bring Texas into the power block because they have oil. And we do love our oil, don't we, folks? Let's see. Give you trade privileges as well. The reason I give the AI trade privileges, by the way, is because I actually want them to buy my stuff. Right? So I want them to buy as much of my stuff as possible to make themselves economically dependent on me. So I don't mind giving them privileges because, well, first of all, don't we have free trade? So I don't even know if it matters, but anyway. It also makes them like me more, so that's cool. Yeah, independence, trade privileges, power block embassy, investment rights, that's what we want. And I also noticed just before we started today's stream that I can subjugate Aotearoa. So we will go ahead and do that. Right, that treaty is no longer relevant. I think I'm just gonna basically rush all of the research, because at this point, what we really want to do is jumpstart the labor-saving techs. Because we have one major problem in Japan right now, which is that we have a labor shortage. Or in other words, very close to full employment. And you see, that's a problem for us, because it means we can't keep expanding our industries back home. So we have to solve that problem. Even in Korea, there is full employment, pretty much. So I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do about that, but I'll find out, I guess. Graphs are bugging out in this patch. AIs anyway, that seems to be the case. I feel like the graphs, for some reason, have always been kind of weird in Victoria 3. Immigration laws don't cut it anymore. I don't think it's... Well, I think we are getting some Han people moving into Japan. Right, so we do have some Han pops. Some Min pops, some Korean pops are moving into Japan. But generally speaking, yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough. Even if we could get like half of China to move into Japan, the other problem is that we kind of need the people in China to be working for us, not moving to Japan. We need them to be extracting tea on the plantations and the opium, and we need them to work in the iron mines and stuff. And we need them to extract coal and other things for us. A little behind. When is the new EU5 patch drop from Alpha? You mean Beta, I think? And yeah, that is going to be... I have no idea when, to be honest. Okay, that was weird. Both of you just said, actually, we don't want your treaty. Are treaties broken in a new patch? Did something happen that I'm not paying attention to? Because that's kind of weird. Power block embassy minus 233. Wait. Whoa. Okay, what just happened to my cohesion? I know I subjugated Aotearoa, but I thought that's like, yeah, it'll cost you like 10 cohesion. So why did it drop down by 90? Okay. It sucks your cohesion dry? Did they just make that change? Loses 90% cohesion. There's no way that was always the case. I would have known if that were always the case. I feel like that's a change they must have recently made, because that is aggressive. Should recover relatively quickly. I mean, yeah, it will take us like 2 years. Which isn't really that bad, but I was just taken aback because it completely destroyed my treaties that I'm trying to make. Okay, I guess we'll have to solve that problem. Another problem we have, actually, is the labor movement. That is not excellent, although it's really only in 2 places. So it's not even that big of a deal. The only reason they're really upset is because we're trying to pass a laissez-faire. So it's kind of reasonable that they're upset, actually. But yeah, the economy is still trucking. Oh, what do you know? We actually did pass that. That's crazy. So the loan rate, the interest rate probably just dropped extensively, very aggressively, from 258,000 to 96,000 interest payments per week. So our interest payments are actually 2%. We get 2% loans. It's actually kind of crazy. But yeah, we have minus 85% interest rate from 10% from Yasuda, 25% from laissez-faire, and 50% from Great Power. And then, of course, we can continue to reduce this. So basically, at this point, debt is not a real thing, okay? Like, interest is not real, so it doesn't even matter anymore. That's kind of where we're at now. Second thing is that now our investment pool is going to, I think, skyrocket in the upcoming week, or just already. It might have happened. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So now we have an additional 329,000 being added to the investment pool. Also, I can make the Statue of Liberty. Hold on. Wait a minute. Based? It's gonna take me... How long is that? 30 years? 30 years to build the Statue of Liberty? But it would be so funny. Take the treaty port in New York, build the Statue of Liberty. Complete Japan victory. That would be insanely rude. I'm gonna do it. Not only am I going to do it, I'm going to dedicate significant resources towards making sure I can build this Statue of Liberty. Although this is not working the way I thought it would. It should be faster now. Oh, never mind. Yeah, so it actually has, it is a maximum of minus 95%, and even giving it extra 35% does not change the fact that it is still at minus 95%. The turmoil is cooked, can't fix that. Trade unions, we will fix that at some point, maybe. Turmoil, that'll just take some time to fix itself, and then the state region devastation. But yeah, I think we'll be able to actually start building it, which is super funny. Obviously, we are going to do that. Okay, and then we also need to improve relations with some people. So we have Yogyakarta. Keep forgetting that these subjects actually exist, because they're not really mine, they're actually the Japanese East Indies. Also, Johor. See, the thing is, I can actually... Oh, wait, you are recognized. Impressive. I actually have no idea how you became recognized, but good for you, I guess. And I have leverage. What did I sign with you? Nothing? Okay. I don't know why I have leverage then, but alright. Because they're reliant on me anyway. I didn't even do anything. They just trade so much with me. Okay, sure. How about we do a little negotiating? Do you want a power block embassy? No, you don't. What if I guarantee your independence? Now you do. AI loves having their independence guaranteed. Okay, sure. Is Lady Liberty going to be a moe anime girl? Absolutely. Man, love Victoria 3 so much. A third of Brooklyn is starving, and we're building the Statue of Liberty. Are you feeling liberated yet? Okay, this will solve itself, so we don't have to worry about that. The problem that won't solve itself is the fact that we actually don't have nearly enough labor-saving technologies. The best we can do is railways and, like, maybe giving the ranchers electric fences. And even then... Well, we can also... I guess we have the steam-powered threshing machines, too. But, yeah, we don't really have that much going for us in terms of being able to save labor. Maybe if I go to... hold on, there's an easier way to do this. Buildings, building registry, in incorporated states. Let's go to our livestock ranches, swap them all to barbed wire fences, and then if they can, to electric fences. Okay, I should probably specify is located in Japan. That kind of makes more sense. But yeah, if we can electrify, then we can do a little bit with this.
Money's not even real, actually.
Super chat with no message. Rose donating for the love of the game. Thank you very much. Hero Not Found 05 for the 8 Australian dollars. Now, I'm not a big FIFA watcher, but wasn't there like an Australia match recently?
Welcome friends to San Francisco. Watch out for big marshmallow robots.
Thank you again, Hero Not Found, for the 8 Australian dollars. San Francisco will happen, it'll happen in due time. We still need to convince California to allow us to take over their new state. Population of 1.5 million, I feel like we could solve this. I feel like we could bolster that population in some way. What does taking that part of New York do for you as Japan? Almost nothing. It allows us to do one specific thing which we don't even care that much about, which is access the American market. So you'll notice, might be hard to notice actually, but even though we own Brooklyn, it is actually part of the American market because it's a treaty port. So, it's kind of like our version of Hong Kong, basically. Like, it's not the craziest thing out there, but it is pretty useful for us. Because we can trade directly with the American market, even though they have embargoed us. So, let's see if we can show that off here. Embargo, yeah, so... Oh, wait, actually, never mind, I've embargoed them. Oops. They actually didn't even embargo me. I think they got rid of the embargo during the war, maybe. That's awkward. Anyway, yeah, so we get to trade with the United States without paying any of their tariffs. That's another part. Now, do they actually have tariffs? That might be a good question to ask. They have protectionism, so they probably have tariffs. But not for me. So we get to trade with them whenever we want, however we want. Oh, also, I need more, what are these called? Construction sectors. I am kind of running out of places for construction sectors. It is becoming a slight issue. Don't forget to get an additional Zaibatsu company. Right, that was something we needed to do. Do I have Mantatsu? Mantetsu? I do not have Mantetsu. When am I picking up that last company? Actually, I get 2 more companies. This one and then macroeconomics gives me 1. Right, we're trying to modernize the Navy. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, because the Navy kind of sucks right now. Right, okay. So in terms of the ships that we have available to us, let me take a look at these navies. This is like the old Navy. I might just decide that we're going to rename this to the Scuttled Fleet. It's not really scuttled, but it's just not a very good one. It's very old. And then we have early ironclads, which are also kind of mid, to be honest. I might just go ahead and throw all of our modern ironclads together. I think this is supposed to be the modern Navy, but it also just has iron frigates, which are super mid. So... Okay, yeah, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to our navies, swap some things around. So the iron frigates are still okay ships. Like, they're not good, but they're okay. And then we want to go over to here. Wait a minute, this is a half-modern navy. Somehow. Maybe I have 2 half-decent navies, actually. 10 modern ironclads in this one, 5 in this one, 5 early. All iron frigates, which is the best that we have so far until we now have these new armored cruisers. But I wasn't sure, actually, because I think I wanted to wait until we get the protected cruisers before actually modernizing the navy. Well, we have armored cruisers from this tech. I don't know if protected are actually any better than armored. And we can build pre-dreadnoughts. I think right now what we have is the ironclads. So maybe it's just worth investing in a new navy and then balancing out these old ones. Like, these are probably fine as they are for now. This one is old and decrepit. It's not very useful. Oh yeah, we're just building a whole bunch of supply ships because to sustain a naval invasion of the United States, as you can imagine, it takes a lot of ships to do that. So how about we go back to our ship construction. Let's see what we can build here. That's not what I want. We want to build... In terms of capital ships... Yeah, we have these pre-dreadnoughts we need to make a new template for. These ones, we might take the naval invasion efficiency and... And that is a good question. Probably something for survivability, maybe? Reduced hull attack damage, or suffered hull attack damage reduction. Actually, I don't know if you need increased stowage. Yeah, you're not really the kind of ship that needs increased stowage. Middle number's fine though, I guess. Big guns, of course. Big armor, of course. We want it to be fast. Okay, yeah, we'll go with the pre-dreadnought. And then with the other template we're going to build, it's going to be these new armored cruisers. These are going to be the ones with some increased stowage. And they are going to be the big ones. We're going to increase the critical chance up to 45%. And these are going to be ridiculously expensive ships to build. But let's go ahead and start building them, I guess. We want 5 pre-dreadnoughts, which are going to take a hell of a long time, almost a year to build. It's actually not even that long. But anyway, then we want to build a lot of troop ships. Let's also take into account, these are not the right ships actually. We want this mod. There we go, that makes more sense for how long it's going to take. And then for these armored cruisers, we want to build a bunch of these. But it's important to keep in mind, actually, what's the vulnerability and screening? That's 45 screening to... $135 vulnerability. So we want, I think, exactly 3 ships. Because 3 times 45, I think, is 135. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so we're going to want 3 of these armored cruisers for every 1 pre-dreadnought. And then, of course, well, no, maybe not. I'll probably just transfer the troop ships to the new fleet at some point. But yeah, that's going to be the start of the new navy. We're actually probably going to want a lot more of these armored cruisers, actually. Because we're not just trying to protect the pre-dreadnoughts. We're also trying to protect the troop ships that are going to be added to that navy. Huh? What's even going on here? What's happening down here? Okay, hold on a second. Labor revolution stuff. Tohoku reduces the throughput of a bunch of things, but it makes the Zaibatsu happy. I actually don't care too much about the throughput of farms in Tohoku, I don't think. I imagine that is not a significant part of the economy, it's just like some silk and that's kind of it. Plus it already has ridiculous throughput. So, doesn't really matter too much. Okay, let's see. Do we have enough construction to handle this economy? I have a feeling we might not. But I guess we'll find out. Also me when literally no music. Oh. Right as I say that. Yeah, what's happening over here though? The Johorian Anarchist Revolt. I mean, that's the whole place. It's not like anywhere else can revolt. It's just... I think you've won. I don't think there is a Johor anywhere. I think it's gone. Oh, right, no, of course. They went ahead and colonized one location over here. So this is the government in exile. while the anarchist revolt is working back here. This is gonna be a weird situation that I dislike in Victoria 3, but mark my words, this anarchist revolt is actually gonna lose, even though they have seized the entire mainland. Because that's just how Victoria 3 works. Netherlands backs down against Denmark. Two idiots fighting. What? The rise of the Danish Empire within the Russian Empire, it seems, because they've just puppeted the Netherlands. Okay. That's cool. Ooh. Okay, this is not ideal. That's a lot of mortality per turmoil. I thought that we were solving the labor movement. How can you guys be that upset? Because we have anti-strike laws? Because we have no social security and no workplace safety? Okay, kind of reasonable. We also have censorship and secret police. Oh, I have an idea. I have a solution to the anti-strike laws. Why don't we just corporatize the unions? I think this will make them happy, right guys? Surely. Surely corporatized unions is the solution to all of our problems. Surely. Even the trade unions endorse it. See, they're not even that upset. They're totally chill with that. Shit. That's crazy. Do you think you'll place the command at any point soon? Soon is relative. The answer is at some point, probably, maybe. Wow, they really don't like corporatized unions for some reason. I really can't imagine why. That's crazy. It's crazy how that works. How goes the settler colonialism? We haven't actually done that much settler colonialism. Ooh, that's weird. Johor's backed down. That's a weird one, because they could win if they just did nothing, actually. Weird. Anyway, yeah, so we are not actually doing that much settler colonialism. We're doing more so extractive colonialism. And cultural erasure in Korea, because the mission tree actually explicitly tells you to do cultural erasure. Or the, journal entry. But we will do some settler colonialism. We're gonna get some people in Alaska, I think. Probably. Because I think there's also, yeah, there's a lot of coal in Alaska. There's some wood there, too. So we actually do want to colonize Alaska. Also reset production methods. That's kind of important. Also, we have a ton of unrealized taxes. How bad is that? Really bad, it seems. Is everything upgraded to the right level? Yes. Shoot. Okay, so we actually do just need to build more of these. People just want to revolt, it seems. Yeah, I think the people are just bored. It's totally nothing to do with the fact that we are erasing a lot of rights. Totally nothing to do with the fact that we are completely neutering the power of the trade unions and the labor faction by just saying, don't worry, the state will take care of it. Don't worry, guys. The state will totally take care of you guys, for sure, definitely, for sure. For sure. What if the revolt wins? This is a revolutionary radical revolt, which means that if they win, they're looking to have a revolution in Japan. And I imagine what they will do is swap us to a parliamentary republic with probably universal suffrage. We're also not going to get the corporatized unions. The radical movement is actually fine with a corporate state, but not a social monarchy. That's kind of funny. They're like, yeah, guys, we kind of do want fascism, but like not if there's a king though. Okay. Yeah, they want to elect their leader, for sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure that ends up being the next step in the average Japan playthrough. I think the next step does eventually become just swap to social monarchy, but... what is this? Make 5% of the machinists and 2% of the laborers in all of Japan more radical. Well, see, we kind of have a bit of a radicalism problem at the moment. Okay, maybe corporatized unions is not the move. Because I think the radical movement is far scarier than the labor movement. So, you know what? Actually, we're just going to cut our losses here. And we're maybe not going to get corporatized unions. The one thing I wouldn't mind, actually I really would like to enact, is regulatory bodies for workplace labor rights. I actually do want to pick that up. Unfortunately, the government does not want to pick that up. So that's a little bit awkward. Then again, no one wants laissez-faire either, and we're sitting here with it, so... Oh yeah, Grand Exhibition. Problem is, we're gonna go to war, and I don't care about the prestige, because we are the #1 great power, so... that is kind of fine. There we go. Radical movements, fine. I'm interested to see how I can make Korea less radical, though, because that's another thing we have to do for this. And we do need Mantatsu. Or the Oriental Development Company. Not entirely sure which one I want. What I'll do is I'll pick this up and then go to Dreadnoughts. Oh yeah, I remember now. The plan was to wait until we had Dreadnoughts and light cruisers. Well, it's fine. I mean, we'll have sort of like a mixed fleet. Violent Suppression Edict? I don't think that's going to make them less radical. I think it just reduces the penalties from radicalism. I need to sway the hearts and minds of the Korean people. I need to make them believe in the Empire. If only I could figure out why they're so radical to begin with. Totally not because we are erasing their culture and taking over the entirety of the peninsula. Certainly that can't be it. Totally not. Yeah, I actually don't know if there's a way to fix this. Well, like, these other states aren't radical. Like, these ones are fine. So they actually don't care. What's the radicalism here? Turmoil, 18%. That's not even that bad. 22%? Okay, that's kind of bad. 12.5%, 11%, and this is 40%. It's just really bad in this one state. Like, you look at actual Japan, like, some parts of Korea are less radical than some parts of Japan. So, like, it's not that crazy. I'm just trying to figure out why this one particular state is not having a good time. I'm trying to figure out, is it like... Do you have, like, food insecurity? Are you guys starving or something? I mean, 80 whole people are in mild starvation. I wouldn't really call that a famine. Maybe if I reduce taxes. That's an idea. Maybe I should reduce taxes a little bit. Like, I'm going to increase tax collection and then reduce actual taxes, I think. Maybe you should increase taxes so they know how good they have it. Surely. Yeah, I think everybody would really appreciate that. You know what I'll do? I'm just going to go maximum government spending. Increase military wages, government wages, and reduce taxes. Now, how bad is that? We are losing 750,000 per week. But I think our credit limit is expanding faster than that. Zaibatsu want private health insurance. Absolutely not. Well, actually, how's the standard of living in Japan? Because it might be worth it, maybe. I have to remember what the graph looks like. Because at a certain point, I'm pretty sure private health insurance does become better, but... it's at a very specific point. Well, the problem is that if I get rid of public health insurance, then we're going to lose 2 standard of living. And that's going to cause massive radicalism. So that's going to be a bit of an issue. No migration controls is something I could actually get behind. But a lot of the population does not. They do not like it. In fact, the reactionary movement and the Japanese supremacist movement are going to start protesting. Darn you reactionaries. Trying to remove my source of labor. Or we could just say screw off. We don't care that much. Maybe we'll do that instead. Also, is that the Confederate States of America? Okay. Hello, do you want to sign a treaty with me? Screw you. Hi, do you want to sign a treaty with me? No? You have powerful protectors. Who did you sign? Spain is guaranteeing their independence. Curious. Okay. Texas, though. We can get Texas. You know who else I should integrate? Manchuria at some point. In 3 years, we should actually integrate Manchuria. Help the CSA? I actually can't. I have, well, no, I could. I could just send them firearms, actually. You know what? You make a good point. Make a good point. Oh, they have way more than enough weapons to fight a war. They're fine. In fact, I think they're gonna win this one. Ooh, maybe not. I don't know, it's actually a tough one. I'm not too sure. The Statue of Liberty is coming along quite nicely. We love that. I wouldn't mind actually swapping to graduated taxation as well. Would anybody hate me for that? Not really. Okay, maybe we can do that then. Gonna wait for my infamy to drop quite a bit more, because what I want to do is continue to conquer China. And I want to wait until I have little infamy to get that done. I also want them to finish off the civil war they're fighting. Because they've been fighting this for a long time. Give CSA money? You guys need money. GDP 13 million. GDP 27 million. The other thing is, like, the northern United States is still absolutely devastated from that last war. Versus the CSA, which had pretty much nothing happen to it. But, yeah, you know what? You can have some money. Here, you want some money? You can have 10,000 per week. Do you want to join my power block? Screw you. Investment rights? Screw you. Trade privileges? Nothing. Antagonistic? Can't imagine why. I mean, yeah, a lot of people from these states probably died in the war that we fought, but still. You know what? Fine. 7,500 per week, no strings attached. Have fun. It's probably not enough to fund very much of an army, but they can have it for free. Alright, next company. We do need to pick up either Mantetsu or the Oriental Development Company. They are both very important to pick up. And they're also both historical, so we can filter. So, for the Oriental Consolidated... Oh, that's the mining company. Never mind. That actually is a decent company, though. Minus 5% mortality is quite decent. But, unfortunately, we cannot pick that up. Maybe I need to go to... available historical. Okay, so I don't know what we need for Mantetsu, actually. Maybe there is no Mantetsu. Maybe the real Mantetsu was the friends we made along the way. Or I've just missed it every single time I've scrolled. Here we go. Okay, so they are glass, railways, and coal. Glass, railways, coal. They are also Colony speed growth in non-homeland states and wheat farms throughput. So let's really take a look at what we have so far. We already have coal, we already have glass, and we already have railways, so it is completely redundant in terms of what it can be used for, including groceries and fertilizer, which we already also have covered. Maybe not groceries, but if I were to do that, I would pick up the Birthright Grocery Company. Even though it's kind of late for that, but still. I think it would make more sense for us to go with the Oriental Development Company. Because at the very least, we can give them rice farms and wheat farms. They give us fine grain. We get more migration attraction, railway throughput. I think it's fine to develop, to use this company instead. Yeah, I think that's more ideal. The only unfortunate part is that I don't think we're ever going to complete the corporate empire, because the Zaibatsu are simply not going to own 25% of the Japanese building levels. So I think that's a little bit cooked. Anyway, we are going to pick this up. And this is not a Zaibatsu, that's the other thing. Zaibatsu are like very specific companies. So Yasuda, Sumitomo, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, and Mantetsu are all Zaibatsu. So taking this is not going to help us with that either. We are going to give them other industries though, so you get food industries, because those are not covered yet. Yeah, because we're not going to make the Birthright Company. It's way too late in the game. What else can I give you? I really wish I could give you additional industry rights. I don't really know why it's restricted to one industry right. Like, that's a real question. I genuinely don't understand that one. But anyway, our Zaibatsu are the biggest companies in the world. Makes sense. And yet, still... oh shoot, right, we can't nationalize anymore. Should have nationalized some things, because we actually might have been able to get the Zaibatsu to own a lot more stuff. If I had gone to my building registry, and I had gone to, let's say, everything that is owned in Japan that is, let's say, not owned by Japanese companies. Building levels with non-Japanese owners. And then we go to something that... oh shoot. Most of the economy is owned by Japanese companies. I don't even know if there's a way for us to actually... oh no. Never mind. There are only a handful of companies that are not owned, or a handful of things that aren't owned by Japanese companies. Okay, so maybe nationalization would not have saved us here either. Although, I suppose, actually, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Now that I think about it. Instead of going to just incorporated states. Yeah, now we're talking a little bit more. Like the opium plantations, I think we have an opium company. Silk plantations, we definitely have a silk company. But yeah, in theory we probably could have, and probably should have, nationalized some things so that my companies could buy them up, but it's fine. Speaking of companies, what are y'all doing right now? You guys are building railways in Brooklyn, let's go! Getting the New York subway going. Shipyards, that makes sense. More tooling workshops, sure. I really need them to build more railways, actually. Yeah, we're developing a lot of coal, that makes sense. A lot of iron mines, sure. Glassworks, trade centers. Oh yeah, we are really developing the silk plantations in China. Unfortunately, this may cause mass unemployment in China. Oops. Well, that's not a huge problem, because if they're unemployed, then they can always move to Japan. Could always use more people to employ. Oh, now you're happy with me. Okay, whatever. Alright, New Africa, would you like to... You really don't want to join my military bloc. Or my power bloc. What if I pay you? What if I do money transfer? I can pay you like... Oh, okay, I don't even have to pay you that much. 2,000? That's not 2,000. What if I pay you 3,000 per week? That's a lot of money to them. Maybe 2,500. 2,500, investment rights, trade privileges, power block, sure. Does removing buildings like universities still increase Zaibatsu completion? That's a good question. If it just says it's all of the buildings in Japan, yeah, that would count. If I removed all of the bureaucracy, and I removed all of the construction sectors, and maybe all of the trade centers, and all of the naval administrations, and all of the universities, then we could probably actually succeed. But I don't know if I'm trying to do that. Can't you switch production methods and so on to artificially shrink certain industries? Yes, I don't know if I can be bothered to. I could shrink, like, it would require me actually sabotaging the economy. And I think I would rather just have the economy sit here without getting my little bonus. I mean, it would be nice, because the Zaibatsu oligopoly allows you to increase capitalist investment pool and get another minus 20% loan interest rate, which would actually bring us down to 0% interest. So, maybe worth it. Or I just need to get these companies to own more things. I feel like, actually, we can do another thing here. If we increase our clothing production dramatically, then Mitsui could actually own a ridiculous number of buildings. Because they're already expanding the silk and the dye plantations. So basically, if we start clothing maxing, yeah, if we produce a ridiculous amount of clothing, then actually this should be very useful for us. That might be able to work. Like, we can produce a bunch of luxury clothing, that kind of thing. So if we can make this cheaper, then people should start buying more of it. Let's not forget that actually we need to deindustrialize China. They're not letting me do that though. So you know what? You actually don't get to produce anything. Yeah, because I don't own these. Well, they're owned by Mitsui. Well, maybe Mitsui should downsize them in China. Why do you want to kill Chinese production? Because the game plan here is to just have them work in other things. So if they see that the textile mills are profitable in China, then they're going to build more of these in here. But what I want the population in here to do is work in the silk plantations. I don't want them working in the textile mills. I want them extracting the silk, and then the textile mills are back in Japan. The main reason, actually, is because this is an unincorporated state. Because we have colonial exploitation, it's going to get 20% increased plantations throughput. So it's more efficient for these states to be making silk than to make anything else. So I don't want them to think, hey, we should build textile mills in here. No, don't do that. Build silk plantations. Also, new mandates. We're going to pick up advanced research. We're speedrunning our way to the end of the research tree. Economy of extraction from territory owned but not ours, right? I don't really know what you mean, but like, yeah, anything that's unincorporated is territory directly governed by us, but is not a core state. Short-term tax cuts? Absolutely not. Ooh, was the investment pool starting to slow down? No, I don't think so. Oh, I think what they're doing is privatizing a bunch of stuff, because we went laissez-faire. Right, that makes sense. Ooh, actually, that might be our ticket to success. Now that I think about it. Because in theory, the Zaibatsu are buying up a bunch of buildings, and so increasing their fraction of buildings. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, but yeah, that's what's happening. The investment pool is just buying a bunch of stuff. So like the East Indian Company before the Crown took the territory? Yeah, kind of. Although I'm not too familiar with that history, to be honest. But yeah, the idea is, okay, we have now taken over a very large portion, like a very large population. What do we want to do? Well, we're going to use it as a captive market to sell things to. So basically, making clothing in China? No, we don't want that. We want them to make resources. They go to Japan. They make clothing. Sell them back to China. Which is, I'm pretty sure, exactly what the British did in India. I think they actually made it illegal to make your own textiles, didn't they? Pretty sure that was a thing. Alright, yeah, we don't actually need to do this, but I think it makes them happy, so we'll keep that. You can also invite California, let's go! Welcome to the Japanese Empire, California. We are so unbelievably back. If only we could convince Oregon of our peaceful, neighborly ways. Also, why are you not colonizing? You should be colonizing right now. You do have colonization, you're just really bad at it. Okay. This also may be one of the weirdest population makeups in all of Victoria 3. So we have Maori, okay, that makes sense, sure, and then Bageli and Rajput as the next two largest populations, and then some Australians, and then Maghrebis as well, and Amazigh? How did you even get here? Like, Britain doesn't even own anything here. Genuinely, how did you get from here to here? I don't even know. Shanxi has a ton of coal and iron. Yeah, we were going to continue expanding into China pretty soon. I'm just burning down my infamy. It's only going to take like 5 years, 6 years. But then yeah, we're going to go back into China. We're just going to take a bunch of stuff. Maybe they don't have the money to colonize? Well, they don't need money for it. You are colonizing, right? No. You have colonial frontiers, but you're not colonizing? You're not even that broke, are you? 4 million GDP. They joined the Japanese Empire, and now they have an economy. I mean, the economy is owned by Japanese businessmen, but still, they have an economy. They should be able to colonize the rest of this. Okay, let's upgrade everything. Maybe not everything. Never mind, yeah, we can upgrade everything. Just checking to see if we had the new artillery, because if we did, that would be a problem for us, but we're fine. Question is, why are we not actually upgrading? Can't upgrade you because no units can be upgraded. Yes they can. Actually, all of these units can be upgraded? What are they... What do you mean? Trench infantry. No units can be upgraded. Oh shoot, they're in New York. Oops, my bad. I forgot to bring them back home. Yep, that would do it. That would do it. My bad. And no navies available? They should be. Unless you're actually sitting in... No, you are in New York. You should be able to go home. With one of the other navies. Oh, no, because this one only has 85. Right, hold on. Hold on. This fleet, go back home. Or at least go to Taiwan or something. That's fine. Never mind. It actually takes longer to go to Taiwan than to go here. Even though they're next to Taiwan. I love Victoria 3. Yeah, we'll take that, I guess. Okay, so this other navy? This navy right here, I think? 5 more troop ships. You can handle 93, 149. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're gonna go pick up both of these armies. And actually bring them home. My bad. Not you. Let's see how the rest of the world's economy is doing. Oh, also... won't become a subject? That's a shame, never mind. How's the rest of the world doing? Not great. Not great. Great Britain, second place with 141 million. That's crazy. Yeah, I think it's going to take a really long time to decrease radicalism in China. It's probably going to be pretty tough. Also, how are we doing here? I can't help but feel like that number has actually gone down. Like 18.5? Yeah, I think the Zaibatsu are actually being outcompeted. Mostly by the Combine of Metalworks in Tohoku. Right. I did set up this one company, and it is very good. It is the tooling company that allows us to make so many tools. Oh, it was 17 plus? I could have sworn it was at like 18.83 or something. But yeah, this company being so profitable is unfortunately kind of crippling. Wait a second. The company's not even profitable. Wait a minute. We have Sumitomo Yasuda Mitsui Oriental Development Company. Oh, my tooling company isn't even on here? Am I crazy? Have I gone insane? But I also don't see that many companies. Like, I feel like half of them are being omitted. Oh, because historical filters. Okay, never mind, never mind. Okay, so yeah, this company is extremely profitable, and that is to our detriment, because it is owning, oh. Okay, I think I understand one of the main issues, actually, chat. Yeah, so one of the main problems is that this company is simply too goated. And they own over 1,000 trade centers. Because I granted them trade rights because I figured, oh, just tools, that's not going to be enough. I need to give them more than that. So this company owns a lot of buildings that are not Zaibatsu owned. And it may actually be contributing to not being able to finish this. Oh, this one. Company is simply too goated. Because you look at these Zaibatsu, right? We have like... I mean, we can literally just click it, right? So you have a total... How many assets do you have? You own a total 1,160 buildings. That is our most profitable Zaibatsu. Second one, 1,300 buildings. Okay. Third one, Mitsui, 1,370. Then Tohoku, 1,718. And most of those are trade centers. So that might be part of the problem, actually. That could be a significant issue. Yeah, I might have to take away their trade rights. And I don't even know if I can do anything with like the sheer amount that I've messed this up. But yeah, we might have to remove those trade rights. And grant them to, yeah, maybe Sumitomo. Because, I mean, these guys are the most profitable. I wanted to give them to the metalworks because our #1 export, I think, is tools. So I wanted it to be like, oh, you know, we're going to give you a bunch of tools so we have our main export, and when you need to export more stuff, you have the ability to get the buildings for that. But, I guess we'll have to give it to someone else. I'm actually considering Mitsui because I think we can turn clothing into our next big export. Because I don't know how much we're going to be exporting iron, lead, steel, and fertilizer. In fact, I would prefer not to, because they're not manufactured goods. Although I suppose ultimately it doesn't matter too much, so any of these Zaibatsu, as long as one of them has this, it's probably fine. In fact, because I can't grant monopoly rights and I can't give any more industries, I might actually just give them trade rights, like all of them trade rights. Like all of the Zaibatsu can make them. And maybe for things like setting up coal mines and iron mines, maybe I should give you investment rights. For iron, and then you also need investment rights for coal and sulfur. Ooh, 100 cost? Maybe I shouldn't have given you all trade rights. You know what, that's fine for now. I'm kind of hoping we can make a big shift with the sheer number of trade centers we need to give to the Zaibatsu. Because I think as soon as one company doesn't have the right to something, I think it becomes immediately privatized? Or like it has to be sold? Maybe. Where are my trade centers? Am I dumb? Did I pass them up every time? Yes, I did. Okay. So who are these owned by? Yeah, that makes sense. They're all owned by United Tohoku Metalworks. Yep. Okay, well, at the very least, all of the future ones are going to be built by one of these Zaibatsu, so that is good, I guess. Except for these ones which are already queued up. Okay. We do also need to build more ships. We are done building our ships, and we need to make sure that once these guys get back, our armies, then we'll go ahead and swap up the ships again. But yeah, we're actually making too much money right now. Problem is, we've run out of construction sectors in Japan. Kind of. I guess I can build a few more in Ryukyu. Or in Nansei Shoto. Imagine getting nerfed by your own government because you're too good. Yeah, some of the journal entries do kind of force you to do some very weird things because they have very oddly specific requirements. Like, there isn't really a good reason for me to take all those away. Like, not a real reason. Who cares if the United Tohoku Metal Company owns them or not, but the game says, well, it has to be 50%, so... Or 25% owned. Also, we just plan to invade you, actually, so... We're just not going to worry about that, because you are still unrecognized. We can turn you into a protectorate for free, pretty much. Also, invite you? No, not really. That's translated to Northwestern Island Group. Wonder why they called it that. I guess Northwestern because it's Northwestern Pacific, but it's actually like Southwestern because of, you know, Japan being Northeastern kind of, and then that's Southwestern. Oh, also, I did make the, or I stole the Forbidden Palace, right? Yeah, let's go. It's actually huge. Kind of insane that just by owning this, I get to use it. Also, I have a lack of electoral confidence. Why? Pretty sure I've had elections for a while, haven't I? Why is there low confidence? Did you accidentally press the rigging event? I don't think so. Not everyone can vote. You have to give women the right to vote too? Is that really what's impacting it? I thought it just built up over time. Well, that gives increased confidence. Yeah, we could give women rights. That is true. Not much of the government is calling for women's rights, which might make that difficult to actually enact. There we go, and now we have dreadnoughts. That's what we wanted. What else do we want? We kind of want, what's the new kind of, what's that called? The new building thing. Arc welding? We do want arc welding. I think. Actually, pneumatic tools would go a long way. We should start with that. We want pneumatic tools and we want steam turbines. We want steam turbines first, then pneumatic tools, because with steam turbines we can make enough electricity to actually start kicking off our electric textile industries. I don't like political concessions. This is really, really awkward. I guess we're taking this. Sure. I'm gonna need to keep on enacting more of these labor-saving PMs. That, and also I need to seed power plants so that I can actually use some of their abilities. Like I can swap production methods. And then we can start fixing up our navies more. Speaking of which, are you all back home right now? Yes you are, perfect. So, let's go ahead and redefine our navies once more. Armored cruisers, troop ships, free dreadnoughts, modern ironclads. That's a new navy. From this navy, troop ships, modern ironclads. Now these three navies kind of suck. This is the only actually modern navy we have. And everything else here is kind of mid. So, we have two options. A, delete a large portion of our navy because it is irrelevant and doesn't need to exist anymore. Or B, we sell it off. Or we use it for leverage. Like we sell it to somebody in exchange for something. Like maybe we go to Oregon and we say, hey man, I know you don't like us very much, but we're actually totally fine with taking on your debt. And in addition, we're going to give you some really mid ships. Never mind. You actually can't accept any ships from us. Okay. But we do want to be kind of chill with these guys. They don't like us. And I don't like that they don't like us. We're amicable, and yet they are antagonistic. I'll take on your loans anyway, because I'm just that chill. Also, I hate this. Why is Arkansas cut off like that? Why is this cut off like that? This is way too cursed. Anyway. By the way, have you assimilated Korea? I think I've assimilated enough to complete the journal entry. Yeah, I just need to reduce the turmoil in one state. And that is literally it. I'm not sure what to do to make them happy. But I do need to do that. Well, also, we need significantly more screening in this navy. Best way to make them happy is employ them. The problem is that they're all employed. Everybody in Korea is employed. I mean, I guess I could use like labor-saving PMs to try and raise their standard of living. Like per pop, reduce the labor cost. So that some of them will become unemployed, but then the ones that aren't unemployed increase their wages in theory. And then the other ones are available to be employed again. Okay, yeah, you're right. We should build good jobs. That's also true. We should do that. Right, yeah, we should also mechanize the agriculture. That's true. Problem is, I think I want to do that after I get electric engines, because the engine demand is ridiculously high when we do that. And if I'm gonna do that, first I'm gonna do it back home in Japan, I guess. But I'll do it, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, you guys get to have some upgrades. Your agriculture. There you go. Okay, I'm thinking a lot of our really old fleet can just get destroyed. Like the frigates and the ship of the line, like the really, really old stuff. We can just get rid of them at this point. Especially because it's going to create like a shortage in the sailors that we need. So, yeah, we're gonna get rid of a lot of these. Because I could try to sell them, but I feel like most countries aren't going to buy them, and also I just don't really need their money, to be honest. Like, selling them sounds great until you realize, actually, I have a larger economy than Britain, Germany, Russia, Brazil, Bengal, well, Manchuria is my subject, and Qing combined. Okay, maybe not all of that, but you know what I mean. Keep one of the very old ships. That is an excellent idea. Yeah, we're gonna keep one ship of the line and 2 frigates. That'll be, the museum fleet. There we go. Yeah, the rest of these, we just don't need them. I think if I disband, it'll get rid of all of them, right? Yes, okay, good. So they get destroyed, perfect. The other thing we want to do is actually start... I mean, we'll probably do the same thing to, like, these little ironclad fleets as well. Like, these two, you can just group up into one fleet. That's not the group up button. That is M in Victoria 3. So, yeah, I mean, we don't need all this. But we will go ahead and start building more of these ships. It's funny that we can make seaplane tenders, because actually we don't have planes. So, I don't know why they actually give us that opportunity, that chance to make them. Anyway, light cruisers, make some of these. Critical chance. I want accuracy. No, I like my big boom ships. Well, actually, don't I want to try and maximize screening? Because it's not really these ships that are meant to be big. These ones are more so for... I mean, they're screens. That's what they do. So in theory, something that gives me more screening is actually ideal. So rangefinder might be the only one that does that. Yeah, plus 20% screening, that actually is pretty big. Apart from that, also activate water tube boilers. I do want to do that, but the strategy I've been using so far is trying to cut down on the lower wage jobs first. I say as I have already enabled water tube boilers. Anyway, light cruisers, we'll build some of these. Maybe like 20. Capital ships. Time to build some dreadnoughts. Some real dreadnoughts. Yeah, we're gonna reduce the stowage because the construction cost is pretty high on these. Landing skiffs. Critical chance on these is pretty fine, I think. Landing skiffs are kind of weird though, because I still don't actually understand how they work. Does it just apply to any naval invasion that this navy is involved in? Because in that case, what you should do is make a dreadnought template and just be like, oh, it's the naval invasion, right? So you build one of these and you do like, boom, we get one. But then actually what we're going to do is take that template and then just do literally anything else for the rest of them. So like accuracy and critical chance is probably the best thing we can put on this, I feel. Maybe. So that it hits more reliably, and then when it does hit, it's more likely to be a critical hit. So we build one of the ones with the naval invasion thing, and then we just build 4 with everything else. It's a compounding modifier, so if 50% of the Navy has naval skids, it gives you 10%. Wait, so we're just like never actually going to get the 20%. Like this modifier, because you always have fewer capital ships, then what's the value going to be? Like 5? No, less than 5 probably. Wow, that actually is not that good. I keep throwing it on every one of my capital ships. Oh, you meant as a percentage of the capital ships. Oh, never mind. That actually makes it much better. That is a huge difference, actually. Okay, yeah, we'll keep those on. Although at this point, does it even matter? I mean, my navy is so good. My army is so good. I feel like I could invade almost anywhere. But it's fine. So we're building 5 of those, and we are building... we're building 20 of these. We have not maxed out the shipyards. So maybe what we want to do... build a lot more of these light cruisers, because our screening is really bad, actually. Keeps defaulting to like, oh, it's the 15th Navy. Well, not really. Do that with the armies too. Guess I should build another army at this point. Because mine isn't even the largest in the world, because it really doesn't have to be, but... I should do something about it. Guess it more so depends on the power projection. So what does Russia have? 12.8 thousand? What does Britain have? Three? 3,000? Okay. Who else? Germany and France. Ooh, okay, France is fighting Germany, and it looks like they're getting their teeth kicked in. Germany is probably fully mobilized, fully conscripted, fighting France, and they're still not even at, like, 15,000. So... the army might be fine. Is everybody's trench infantry, right? Yeah. That's trench infantry, that's not trench infantry. No units can be upgraded. Okay, I thought that's because you were in New York, but you are not in New York. So I don't actually know why you can't be upgraded. So that is weird and dumb, and what we're gonna do is just... oh, never mind, I'm dumb. I lied. It can be upgraded. Why did these fleets merge? Don't do that. Okay, also, you're not building to that fleet, you're building this fleet. I think it's still going to try building this fleet, which I don't really want it to do, but at this point, it's kind of too late. Because work has already started on the ships. Actually, okay, I really like this comment. Hey man, I just started watching you. Your model and voice is really nice. I just wish your taste in video games was as nice. What? You don't like the 19th century imperialism simulator? What games would you actually like me to play? Because I do actually play other games. Like right now I'm doing a Satisfactory playthrough with some of my friends. And then they also want to play Pal World when 1.0 comes out. Factorio? That's another one. Once I finish my Satisfactory playthrough with my friends, we are considering trying to commit to the Space Age playthrough. More Uma Musume. God, I haven't played that game in like a full year. Ooh, I don't want the Zybotsu to be at -5. Minus 20% investment pool contribution. Yikes. Well, they're gonna have to deal with that, I think, actually. Why are you so upset? I've given you pretty much everything you want. Oh, right, they don't like graduated taxation. Okay, but like, they'll figure it out. Where's the Corbett Minecraft Let's Play? Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever streamed on the server even a single time, but I actually... Like, we do have like a little Minecraft server going on. The secret Minecraft server. Where we basically just play the create mod. At some point, you know what, I'm gonna try and get everybody back on that server. I'm gonna try to revive it from its grave, because nobody's played on it in like 2 weeks. Except for me, I've played on it a little bit. Whoa, 14 infamy. We're not doing that. Texas, welcome to the Japanese Empire. We're so back. Landowners are making a hell of a comeback. It's more so the armed forces and the petit bourgeoisie. Guys, I think these guys are a little bit authoritarian. I don't know, guys. Something tells me these guys are maybe a little bit authoritarian. Just a little bit. Oh, hi, Nanimal. Are you ready for the future China and Russia DLCs? I mean, I am. I'm a little... I don't know, cautiously optimistic. I'm kind of hoping that the Russia DLC makes it a lot more interesting to try and play socialist or communist. Modernizer, we actually have pretty much everything that you wanted, so you can leave now, thank you. But I don't know if I want the Social Democrats in charge. Oh, these guys are not Social Democrats. The trade unions are just straight up socialist. And jingoist. And the Heimin are liberal, and I have no idea what these guys have in common, but they are absolutely working together. Also, the game is starting to crawl, I'm not gonna lie. Also, side note, where'd you put small Quarbit? Smallbit gets left, or gets let out of his cage once every 6 months. I either want the Progressive Party or the Intelligentsia. I don't dislike the Intelligentsia because they do let me pick up a compulsory primary school. But they're actually not an option. Okay, so lacking a better option, I guess it's gonna be the industrialists. Even though they stand no chance. Ooh, that would be expensive. We don't have the electricity for anything like that. Though we should pick up vacuum packaging, I think. We don't have that much oil, but it'll create demand, and then that demand will be fulfilled, so... Oh, it's actually not even that bad. Never mind. What else can we do? We definitely want anything that is incorporated. Everything in Japan, incorporated. We'll go to our jobs over here and say, hey, maybe we should bump up some of the production. No, that's too many engines. Okay, you know what? How much... What's the demand for coal these days? Kinda normal in Japan. Yeah, like we're slightly missing some coal, but it's not that bad. Okay, I think we can exploit more coal, so let's increase the demand for coal by going to our industries. And we're just gonna throw on the water tube boilers and rotary valves on pretty much everything. Ooh. Communist literature should be banned, you say? Well, we do have censorship. No, that'll only make them too angry. You know what, we'll just say that they're traitors, sure. Although I do kind of like their policies a little bit, but not that much. Like, I want some of their policies. I do want regulatory bodies so that we have less mortality. And I want to get rid of child labor. So if you're Corbett and there's a smaller version of you, they're 2-bit? I guess so. half bit. How did Germany end up with a council republic and they're actually as base as they sound, or they have some shitty laws? They're having a time. Like, they're a council republic, but the communist movement is protesting. They're not communist enough. Well, they literally are not communist, actually. Like, they have a council republic, but they're still on interventionism. So they are still... I think they're running state capitalism right now. I think Germany is doing socialism with German characteristics. They have factory councils. They actually have combination acts. And censorship. The closer you look, the more it looks just like... It's just socialism with German characteristics. Which means it's just capitalism. I would like to know why the construction sectors are not all being used when we have a massive investment pool. That's kind of weird. Is there really nothing else to build? That can't be right, because we're still building stuff. Can we build more, please? We have a lot of reinvestment. No? Okay. Yeah, so the economy is starting to stall out a little bit, mostly because we are not conquering things. And we should be. We're also getting major unemployment in China, which is not ideal. There we go. Coal-fired power plants. That's a great idea. We do want those. And then from there, we do have more things we can start enabling. Let's go one by one. So I think usually the first thing I turn on for electricity is urban centers. Reduces coal. And usually the amount of electricity that it takes up starts to decrease because it makes enough services that they become too cheap. I think I'm also auto-expanding all of the coal power plants, right? At least I should be. Railways, auto-expand. Maybe not railways. Those can be owned by companies. The power plants, yeah, we should auto-expand those. And then also in agriculture, we can get electric fences. Yeah, look at this. We have so many steel workshops, and yet they're barely being employed. Okay, so basically the economy is collapsing, and I need to figure out why. Because we are overproducing steel, or we have way too many steel foundries in here. They were all built, and now they're not profitable. Why are they not profitable? Because we don't have as much of a demand for steel. And why is that? Because presumably the tooling workshops have reduced their demand. And why is that? Because we produce way too many tools, and this is a bubble waiting to collapse. You have to make iron and coal way cheaper, also wood. Coal for sure. That's probably one of the biggest parts, actually. Is that these margins are getting thinner because we're starting to use coal to try and fix the labor issues. So basically, we need a lot more coal. So I don't know why we keep on making more steel mills. We look over at these steel mills. Are these even fully employed? Okay, I guess these ones are. But yeah, coal is definitely the big one. Oh, it's also because I've just turned on coal power plants. It's probably also it. Yeah, unfortunately, we're kind of coal maxing. Not in northern Anhui, though. Why is that? You're not hiring people because it needs higher productivity to want to compete for employees in Anhui. Now, let me just be sure here. We do have unemployed people in Anhui, so just to be sure, these unemployed people would rather be unemployed than work in the coal mines. Just making sure I'm getting that straight. Unless we don't have the qualifications. Which is actually the case. So they're not lazy, we just don't have qualifications. Okay, so maybe China can have a few universities. One university in each state to give them the qualifications they need. Probably should have also done that in Korea, but Korea actually gets public education, so... Qualifications in colonies are a problem. I kind of assumed that we would just have some, like, Japanese people with qualifications move to China. That does not seem to be the case. I figured the idea here would be like, oh, we're gonna train a bunch of people in Japan to have qualifications, and then the companies are gonna send them out to China with their, you know, with their expertise and skills to oversee production. But I don't think Victoria 3 has a method of actually, of making that happen, but I think, like, it's one of those things that I feel like it would happen, you know? Also, yeah, look at this. We're building 17 more tooling workshops. For what exactly? We produce so many tools. It's more than the rest of the world combined. Do we need more tools? Yeah, electricity shortage, insufficient construction, and then you look inside, and actually they're not even using all of the construction. So I think that that is just not true. Anyway. Man, it is so cooked in the United States right now. American century of humiliation indeed. Oregonian slaver revolt. Thank you, Oregon. Very cool. Oregonian slaver revolt, and then next door, Californian abolitionist revolt. Looking at each other from across the border like, wait a second. Wait a minute. Confederate Socialist Revolt. It's so peak. This game is so funny, man. Oh, they're already fighting each other. Okay. Oh, actually, I should have intervened in California. I can still intervene in Oregon, maybe. You don't want to become a subject, though? That's pretty cringe. Are you already fighting your war? Ooh, not quite. But you don't need my help. Okay, fine. Okay, that's cooked. Great. Okay, how do I actually fix this economy? It's so bad. Fix the economy by getting more coal, but we genuinely cannot get more coal. Not until I get, like, diesel pumps. Actually, we can get more coal if I integrate Manchuria, because for some reason I cannot possibly comprehend, they are not using dynamite explosives for their coal mines. Especially here, where that actually matters. Like, you know what? I think I should actually steal your territory, Manchuria. I think we should integrate you formally. 14.4 infamy. Russia might side with them if Manchuria even disagrees. Let me save, because 75% chance is a low chance, but it's not zero. Conquer Shanxi from China. Like, we could, you're right, we should take that. The other thing I'm thinking, though, is just like, how are we going to employ the people here? We can build maybe like 20 of these coal mines before we run out of qualifications. It's gonna be another Northern Anhui situation where we build all of these, we just can't even employ them. But yeah, you know what? You are right, though, where I should save my infamy to actually invade China. So we're still gonna wait for it to burn down a little bit. Only because my plan involves going into China, taking pretty much all of it, and then at that point, I'm infamy maxing. That is, of course, after I actually take over California. Otherwise, they're just going to leave my market. Or they're going to, you know, leave the empire. Just build a banana-based economy core. I'm genuinely not joking. I can't even build fruit in China. I would love to, actually, but I don't think I can. I mean, I have the orchards. That's producing a lot of fruit. Ooh, Yua has fruit. What do you know? That's crazy how that works. Only 7.6 infamy for a protectorate. Interesting. Oh, also, we finished building the Statue of Liberty. There it is! That's so peak. 20% migration attraction. Is that for the entire market or just for this one state? Well, it's definitely in Brooklyn at the very least. It actually is global. That's super funny. Everyone come to Japan. We built the Statue of Liberty. Actually, yeah, nobody would intervene in China at all. Maybe the game plan is that I actually just invade them, like, now. Because the coal problem kind of outstrips the infamy problem. Unless we're building more coal. If we're not building more coal... okay, so we still have some coal we can build in Henan. So it's not completely cooked. Brooklyn is isolated. That can't be. Oh, right, because it's in the American market, so it actually is isolated. That's pretty funny. What do you want? Return Philippine Eastern New Guinea. If we back the play against Spain, I actually don't care that much. Ooh, the Ulurin Uprising. Don't know if Britain's going to allow this to actually go through, but wouldn't it be super funny if we actually also just give Uluru a bunch of money? So I assume this uprising is going to have them join Uluru, right? Probably. So in that case, Uluru becomes pretty big, and then we can try to give them the rest of Australia, maybe. What if you pick one of the earlier coal production methods, so they require fewer qualifications? Maybe? That might work. Hello, Oregon. Ooh, interesting. So, that was a slaver revolt, right? Death slavery, whatever you say, man. At the very least, they are more amenable to trading with me. Isn't that nice? Okay, now is this fixing the coal problem? Are we producing more coal? I wasn't paying attention. I'm going to assume that's more coal. Anyway, Advanced Research 3 for now. What if I further decrease taxes? Like, I genuinely don't think it's possible for us to go bankrupt at this point. Unless something really catastrophic happens. Also, yeah, we're barely increasing the level of Zaibatsu buildings. Even if we do produce another company, like even if we do get, I don't know, Mitsubishi, maybe that would be a good one. It is kind of weird that it's like, oh, they need to own a certain number of buildings instead of a certain percentage of GDP. Wouldn't that make more sense? Oh, right, you guys need to move your ships over, I forgot. We might actually need more of these light cruisers still. Paying 100,000 in interest? Yeah, that is not very much. Given the fact that I've taken out 300 million in debt, that is not very much. You know what, maybe I should get a little bit of social security. Because pretty much everybody that's in an incorporated state is employed. And it also just reduces the political strength of mostly the... what do you call them? These guys. Who are very radical. I don't know if they're radical because they don't like the laws or because they're poor, but either way, yeah, we're gonna give them a little bit of poor laws. Whoa, 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 pause. What happened? What happened? What just happened? What? Failure to protect our subject. Wait, what did I miss? Is there a play that I missed? It's the Netherlands. You're not in a play though, are you? Oh, the target is the Japanese East Indies. How did I miss this? Oh. I thought the target was the Dutch. That's awkward. Okay, yeah, I guess I have to get involved. Okay. I guess we're taking the Philippines. If you twist my arm, I guess we'll just have to take it. Or we can ask for Philippine Eastern New Guinea. God, I hate the way this has turned out. This is so disgusting. Like, Uluru owns a little bit of this. We got Johor, we got Portugal, Aceh, Maguindanao, the Philippines, Laos, and then obviously the Empire of Japan. Uluru's breaking free from British control, just like Aotearoa. This is so cursed, man. Alright, well, if you force me to, I guess I'll just have to take the Philippines. I guess. Darn. I'm so disappointed that I had to take the Philippines. Why would you make me do this? Why would you force me to call in Britain? Ooh, Russia joins. I guess we're getting our world war after all. Okay, well, we're gonna send you into Manchuria. I really just wanted to invade China, but you know, I guess it is what it is. Okay, alright, I guess. Well, let's let Britain enter this war first. There we go. Okay. I suppose we're gonna have to do a little bit more than I expected. Darn, I can't believe they made me liberate Siberia. That's really, really unfortunate. I'm gonna figure out just how much I can liberate. There we go, Siberia, the whole thing. It's kind of ridiculous just how much you can liberate with a single guy. But if I must... Because the thing is, I could also take Manchuria, but this is gonna be expensive. Probably. I wanted to actually take, Shrimoya. Russia has so many damn states. Well, it's only 6 infamy? Dude, that's basically free. Okay, taking this into Amur, the world's smallest amount of infamy? I mean, I guess I might as well, right? What do you have here? Coal, iron, wood, lead, oil. More coal, more iron, more wood, more gold. I mean, if you twist my arm like that. Although I am afraid that they're just going to back down, which would suck, because they're fearful. So, what we'll do for now is we're just going to add the liberation of Siberia. The whole thing. And I can't make it primary. You know what? I figure Spain's just gonna back down from this, and then we'll take the Philippines some other time, because I don't really want to make it primary for an additional 15 infamy. That's just not really worth it. Why did you go back here? I didn't tell you to go back here, I told you to stay here. Well, anyway, you're gonna go over here now. Think of the potential name placement, it would be pretty big. Alright, you know what? I wish I could just click the Add War Goal button and then click on an actual state. Because boy, it is tedious to scroll through the massive list of Russian states. Okay, so we want Umoria. And we want Amur. It's kind of weird how I have no maneuvers. Well, anyway. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, so we still got some infamy though, because of course we got infamy for... Actually, don't even know what we got this infamy for. For the love of the game. Because we didn't actually get to go to war, and they didn't even give us any of the war goals we wanted. Okay. So, that's neat, I guess. You need to become a subject. Oh yeah, doesn't not Japan, California. 3 years, okay. Alright, well I should probably keep most of my army actually in mainland Asia anyway. Also, hello, Uluru. I could just annex them. That's pretty funny. More revolts. That's crazy. I think they should have another one of these Aboriginal national movements, I think. I think they should do that. And then just take Western Australia too. But also, who has a colonial claim on this? Only Van Diemen's Land. Interesting. Okay, well, at this point, maybe we just go full infamy. Actually, am I in a good position to go full infamy? Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine. Could also, if I really wanted to, start integrating China. Although I don't know if that's a great move. You know, it's also puzzling. 43 glassworks built in Shandong. I think that's because it's literally the only place where we have enough workers for it. Okay, screw it. I'm invading China. I'm gonna save, but I will go basically max infamy. I just need to figure out something they're not going to give up, which is probably their capital as a primary demand. So please do not give in to this. A coup? Absolutely not. Increased loan interest rate. It would remove the coup, though. Oh, that's gonna suck, though. Yeah, that hurts. Then obviously I want Shanxi. Are you guys still having your civil war? Yep. Many of them, actually. Okay. China, please do not back down. Please, China, I need this. Please don't back down, please. They're definitely gonna back down, aren't they? I'm gonna save just in case. But I actually am going to take, I think, literally everything else. So, Southern Anhui. Start with that. I cannot find it. Oh, because I've already taken that. That's their capital, right. Nanjing, we'll take that. Jiangxi. Take that. Xinhubei. Hunan. I mean, yeah, we're just taking everything. Well, actually, not quite everything yet. Actually, no, it's safe to do that. Yeah, never mind, we're gonna do it. In, like, 15 days. Okay, now we actually have way too much investment. Construction sector. Ooh boy, we are running out of space for that. Okay, we're gonna build them here. Then we'll start building them in Korea as well. Surely this war will be good for the economy. Surely. Oh, I don't think I can take actually everything, because that's too many maneuvers. But I think I would like to take everything up to here and here, because this has coal and this has coal. And everything up here, kind of irrelevant. Because there are not that many people. So, 75 maneuvers. We're still looking to take this and this. Chongqing, Xi'an, and Ningxia. Please do not back down, Qing. Please. I need this. Please, Qing, I need this so bad. Yeah, actually playing in 1906? Also, hi, Wirgo. Please, Qing, I need this. Damn it. I mean, it's their capital, but I didn't expect they would actually back down on that. Okay, so I need to take one thing less. Yeah, I didn't make anything else primary. Of course I wouldn't, because I'm demanding their capital. Why would they back down on their capital? That's cringe. They would just give me their capital? I didn't think they would. Of course, my computer mouse takes this opportunity to mess up. You know what? I'm just gonna buy a new mouse, I think. It feels like with computer mice, every 2 years you have to buy a new one because something goes wrong with it. Either like the sensor doesn't work as well or the scroll wheel stops working. Usually scroll wheel, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, it's actually both on this mouse, and it is aggravating. So next, Nanjing. Okay, we'll make that primary. Actually, we'll make Shanxi primary. That's one of our main things. Okay, and then we'll take everything else. Trying to see what the limit here is. Like, what can I get away with? Would they back down on this? Yeah, this mouse is aggravating. Watch this. I'm going to move it in circles. See how it moves down to the bottom left? We love that. Yep, something about it just makes it impossible to use. One of the #1 reasons I don't really play shooters anymore, by the way. It's because my mouse just sucks. Okay, what else can I do for you for like 12? Revoke claims? The fact you have a claim on Sakhalin is super funny. But it doesn't really matter. Please don't back down on this. Please, it's 2 states. You wouldn't back down for 2 states, including your capital, would you? You wouldn't give those up for free, would you? Come on, you know you want to go to war. Let's go, we're so back. Thank you very much for the kind donation, Ching. We will be taking all of your territory except for some part of the desert. What was Ching's message when they donated? Honestly, I couldn't read it. I can't really read Chinese. Yeah, we'll go for stormtroopers. I think maybe the dono message was something along the lines of, "You fool, you've brought yourself up to 86 infamy, and it's going to take until the rest of the game to burn this down." Something like that. Suzhou is one of the 2 best mappy states in the entire game, and one of the only 2 that can sustain 100% mappy. This one here? Ooh, because there's natural harbors and the Yangtze. Isn't the other one Ontario, or am I crazy? No, never mind, not for mappy. It just has 20% electricity throughput, which is pretty huge. Okay, well, Qing has folded like a lawn chair. We'll be taking all of this stuff here, and they will be left as a sliver along the north and the desert in the west. Did you assimilate a lot of Korean pops? Yeah, I mean, the only thing we're waiting on here is the fact that our turmoil is still massive, but only in one really specific state. These guys are just really upset. But I think I actually know the reason why, because I kind of forgot for a while, but actually Russia took control of this part of Korea, and we had to take it from Russia. So it's probably a holdover from the fact that this was the last part of Korea to be integrated. Oh, you know what? Corporate empire is actually increasing. It went up to 19.31%. Okay. Then once the turmoil in that last Korean state goes down, which I think it will because it's one incorporated and... I mean, that's actually the main reason. Oh, there are also very few people living in this part of Korea. And the Zaibatsu are building industry, but I just don't even think it's enough. Or rather, everybody's working in something already. What I really need to do is set up more railroads, like get the better railroad tech. I don't know what I'm doing with nitrogen fixation. What I really need right now is either a combustion engine, because that's going to provide more transportation, which is what we really need, but also electric railways. These two are going to be massive for us to be able to actually save on our labor. Then on top of that, we are going to want, I mean, Zeppelins would be good for the increased MAPI. Obviously, that's just good to pick up. And then we also need another company at some point, preferably one that can use the automotive industries. Anyway, China's given up. We're just going to take our stuff. Yoink! Now, isn't that nice? Okay, we have a lot of work to take care of here. We are disbanding all of the armies in China. All of the actual Chinese armies. Old fleet doesn't need anybody in charge, that's fine. Except that it has light cruisers, and it should not have light cruisers. That's supposed to be for this fleet. I guess I should build more light cruisers because the screening is still not that good. Okay, now what else can we do in China? No construction sectors. Government admin, we don't really need it in China because we're not collecting taxes in China. So there's not really a point in having these here, I don't think. Universities are fine because we do need the qualifications. Oh, maybe what I should do is go, let's see, buildings, registry, non-incorporated, development, and we can see, like, we just don't need these construction sectors here. Government administration, I mean, yeah, anything that isn't being taxed, there's really no point, right? So... Unless... No, I don't think so. And if I want them back, then I can just build them really quickly, so... Okay, that seems good to me, except we don't need this there either. Okay, and then I'm pretty sure my companies are going to start buying up all of the stuff in here. Except I guess a lot of these are actually owned by Chinese companies. Not all of them, though, but a good number of them. But yeah, hopefully we get some of our companies to build some coal mines in here. How advanced can you get in Victoria? Up to 1936 levels of technology. So, in military terms, you can get up to tanks, heavy tanks, light tanks, mechanized infantry, and you get military aviation, aircraft carriers, that kind of thing. Texas wants us to help them against Mexico. Well, I guess I am obliged. They don't want to become a subject, so... Could I ask for something? Not really. Okay, we're going... Yeah, we're going to accept, I guess. Because you want to take all of Texas, and I don't want you to take Texas. Because Texas is going to supply me with oil at some point, in theory. I think they're actually looking a little bit cooked right now. I think they have... No, they have qualifications. Everything's too expensive in Texas. Why? It shouldn't be. Tools? Tools are the last thing that should be expensive. Oh, because you're not in my market. Oh yeah. Because you're not actually my subject. Yet. Okay, we'll accept. You could actually swap sides for more war goals. That's so funny. Return state. Who on earth am I fighting here? Wait a second. Why do I have a war goal to return Japanese East Indies stuff? Oh, I think it's really funny, actually. I think the reason why is because it sees that I'm on the other side. So it's asking me to conquer stuff from my subjects that they already own. That's kind of funny. Okay, no, that's fine. Now, the actual issue is trying to get people into Texas. I will have to send the army, and the navy. Okay, I need somebody to build the Panama Canal. I don't care who it is. Somebody needs to build it, please, for the love of God. It's so tedious to go all the way around either Africa or South America just to reach Europe or the Eastern American coastline. I need an interest in Central America. I can do that, please. Somebody needs to build it. Also, what's wrong with you? I just gave you poor laws. Why are you upset? Okay. Kind of interesting that we have absolutely no support for social monarchy. Not even a little bit? Not at all? I don't think the combination acts are going to save us here. think it's only going to make things worse, actually. From plus 10 to plus 25% radicals from political movements. Yeah, I don't know about that one. The investment is massive. I need to build more. Please, we're winning too much. I don't have enough construction for all this winning. Okay, Mexico, I think you should probably back down, to be honest. I really, really think you should back down. Because I don't really want to send my fleet over. Yamato Meiji should stand down? Absolutely not. People love this guy. Hell no. Waiter, my steak is too juicy. My economy is too large. Please back down. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to Texas actually conquering more stuff. Although I do actually don't like the way that they're trying to take this and this instead of like making a nice border. I don't like that they're trying to create border gore, but I don't hate it because at least they're going to be my subject soon, so. Please back down. Please back down though. Please. Please. Ooh. 5 legitimacy. Why not? How's that electoral confidence? 17%! It went down! What did I do? I keep trying to increase electoral confidence and the people become less and less confident in elections. I don't even think this is my fault. Like, I don't think I'm clicking any buttons to make it worse. I keep trying to make it better. Is this amendment really this bad? Yeah, oh wait, hold on. I have a tradition of free elections. Electoral manipulation is forbidden. I can't even actually manipulate the elections, and yet electoral confidence is at like an all-time low, and I don't know how to solve that. Maybe the people are demanding authoritarianism. Actually, that kind of tracks, given that the Constitutional Government Association is actually the one that won the last election, and they are all authoritarian. Except for you, maybe. But it does track that the people kind of want authoritarianism. Have you noticed that half of your country is radicals? But they don't vote. That's the thing. Like, you look over here to everyone in China, they don't vote, though. The only people voting are the ones in Japan and Korea. Okay, I guess we're going to war with Mexico. This is kind of cooked. If they can hold out for a week, yeah, they'll be fine. What am I saying? Alright, here we are. Ooh, obsessed with fine art? I do actually like having obsessions. Helps my economy. Now, where did my navy go? You were just here. I need you to... not just blockade, actually, I lied. I want you to bombard Mexico. These guys should actually be on that medical support. Okay. Don't you want oligarchy? I don't know if I want oligarchy, that's the thing. Because I kind of want to get rid of child labor. And if I do oligarchy, then that is going to disempower everybody who wants to get rid of child labor. But yeah, definitely authoritarianism is in, that is for sure. The people yearn for oligarchy. Or wealth voting. Census suffrage reduces electoral confidence. Oh, it only gets worse, actually. So landed voting is minus 30% electoral confidence, minus 20% from wealth voting, minus 10% from census suffrage. So our options are either, yeah, we're gonna go universal suffrage, or like oligarchy, or the secret hidden third path, single party state. Also an option. One of these days I want to get the positivist into technocracy pipeline. It is a tough one. Pretty sure the IGs would revolt if you tried universal suffrage. But that's the thing, like we're already getting a revolt. The radical movement already wants us to swap. Actually, they like census suffrage, so if I go to authoritarianism, this is definitely going to revolt. Maybe I could possibly ease up a little bit on censorship. But so much of the population likes censorship. they want censorship. The people yearn for their own oppression, it seems. And I don't know how to fix that. Also, yeah, we have a lot of radicals. Few people are actually loyal to Japan. Even within Japan. But my taxes are so low. How could they possibly be so upset? I think we just need to lower taxes again. They'll be fine. Hello, Oregon. Would you like to join my power block? Not particularly. Okay, well, at some point, maybe. Can Jat vote in the oligarchy arc? I don't know. That would be a tough one to make that happen. Also, I don't like that all of my light cruisers are defaulting to a weird fleet. Even though I told them the default fleet for ship construction is the one that's in Mexico. And also, I explicitly clicked on this fleet to add the ships. But I feel like they're still going to get added to this one. I don't know. I'm thinking I might just disband my old fleet. It kind of sucks. Anyway, yeah, we're just going to march directly into Mexico City. Darn, I need more construction. You're telling me this isn't enough construction? What am I supposed to do at this point? Oh, hell yeah. Automotive industries, we are so back. Because the thing is, everybody in Japan is actually rich enough to afford a car. Never mind the fact that I think it would actually be a terrible business model to try and make car-dependent infrastructure in Japan. But, I mean, we can still try. There are like 100 million people in Japan. Look at that. Radicalism's going down. It's fine. A lot of these radicals are actually just upset because they've been conquered by a foreign country. Can't imagine why. It's weird, but yeah, I think they'll settle down. They'll be fine. How are these coasts looking? 25% devastation? Lovely. There we go. Now we can actually use up the investment pool. What are we making, by the way? Railways? That makes sense. Motor industries in California? I guess that makes sense. We are just wheat maxing in Washington, goddamn. We're turning Oregon into an agricultural colony of Japan. It's so beautiful. You white piece. What? Why would you white piece this? We were so close to greatness. Texas, please. Texas, please. We were so close. There was no reason for you to fold there. And now my troops have to take the long march back to Brooklyn. Civil War's still going on, by the way. Confederate Socialist Revolt still ongoing. They have been in a brutal deadlock where the Socialists have been successfully defending against all odds. It's actually kind of admirable just how well they're doing. Okay, radical movement, what do you want? Why are you so annoying? Because you don't like the investment level of law enforcement. No, because we have too much investment in law enforcement. Okay. They don't like that we don't have universal suffrage. We have a lack of electoral confidence. I genuinely don't even know why. It might just be because people are radical. That actually could be it. But I'm increasing welfare, so hopefully if they're broke and making them radical, then it's not a big deal. Hopefully. Revolters demand less police. That's kind of too bad. We are in fact increasing the National Guard. Maybe I want the Jeune École. It does increase the cruiser construction efficiency, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think anybody cares if I change this. Actually, there are some pretty strong opinions. Okay. So this is going to cause a revolt from the... actually, it's not going to cause a revolt at all. Make the trade unions happier. But if we fail this, and we probably are, then the radicals are definitely going to explode on me. If I do this, the radicals explode on me. Even secret police is not enough. Sorry, I don't have National Guard, I have secret police. Would this make you happy? It would make them happy to get rid of secret police. Man. What if I want my secret police, though? It's not really that useful, though. Minus 20% political activism. Increased suppression on political movements. Oh yeah, I forgot I can just suppress political movements. Also, what decrees am I using? Manufacturing, that kind of thing? Oh, right, I actually don't need these anymore. Oops. Can we get clothes for the Chinese? I can see their SOL at literally 5. Can't be that. Oh no, it really is that bad. Yeah, you know what? We can start increasing our clothing production back home, and then we can sell it to China. Actually, that's going to be one of those industries that I start off with. That I start making into electric. Not in Shandong, though. Yeah, you don't do that. That is not your job. Okay, you should be unprofitable because you're not going to be built here. It's a ridiculous number of art academies in Beijing. Actually, what is the move here? Do I start integrating parts of China? It would take 15 years. Because the thing is, we have 1.5 million unemployed people in China. It's a lot of unemployment. Because we have turned all of the arable land into silk plantations. So, yeah, that is causing a little bit of a problem. Or Or, actually, if everybody's unemployed, they're just gonna have to move to Japan to find work. Hmm. Hmm. Just let the invisible hand of the market do its thing. I don't trust the invisible hand of the market. The hand is, unfortunately, sometimes very stupid. I don't see the invisible hand of the market invading China. Alright, I need to bring you guys back home. Maybe update production techniques on silk. I mean, I'm gonna update production techniques for anything that is back home. Yeah, you know what? Let me do this. Let me just tank the economy for a quick second. Building registry in Japan, in incorporated states, farming. So let's see here. Let's just go crash the economy a little bit. So, oh, we have oil rigs in Japan. What do you know? Opium, bump that up. Silk, bump that up. We do not have enough engines for that. Don't we have a bunch of engines with unemployment? Maybe not. An engine company? Not yet. Actually, here's what I need to do. Improve relations with everybody in Central America. So I can get an interest there. And then also I need to rival Germany because communism. Mexico because they don't like Texas. And France because they're French. Ooh, that's not great. Seems like these guys are starting to chill out a little bit. Maybe it's fine. Accept the donations of the Confederate States of America to improve famine in Brooklyn. Actually, I think we'll take the opportunity to have the Zaibatsu more influential. But there is famine in Brooklyn, that is true. See, this number is definitely going down. The more that I conquer, the more this number goes down. And we're getting increasing radicalism in Korea? You have to be kidding me. Oh, you have no infrastructure. Yeah, that would do it, actually. Is anyone building railways here? Sure. Oh. Right, okay, so having an engine shortage would actually cripple the entire country's economy, so we're gonna quickly fix that. And you know what? I've changed my mind. You guys can be profitable, whatever. Yeah, let's maybe fix a little bit of the opium plantations. Some of the silk ones, which are making like no money. Yeah, not only is it tanking the rest of my economy, it's also tanking the silk market. Because I don't have electric railways yet, but once I do, then maybe it won't be as bad. Engine company Doko, when we get another company. Voter turnout is still, you know, at 65%. It could be worse. Ooh, 2 years of 30 army offense is crazy. Or offense. Or 25% trade capacity. Are we out of trade capacity? I guess we could have more, why not? I don't think it's actually going to be used, though. Well, maybe. The economy's going up. We Zaibatsu Max only if we get Mitsubishi. I am kind of hoping... Well, at this point, it's kind of late into the game, even if we do get that last company. And even if we do manage to get a Zaibatsu, I just don't even think we have enough time to get this done. Like, I think it's kind of cooked at this point. I think if you expand too quickly before you get companies, or rather, it might be that the biggest problem is what I did to end up giving ourselves a really good tooling company. So by making this, they have too many buildings. 2,204 buildings. I don't know how they keep on getting trade centers. I mean, they literally are not allowed to build them, so I don't really know how they're doing that. But they are getting more. Sure. Now isn't that beautiful? Texas and also New Africa in the power block. Welcome to a real economy. Now you can actually do stuff. Now you can actually sell things, and by things I mean oil. You can develop your oil and sell me all of it. I'm too lazy, actually. I'm gonna go and swap all these. Well, I broke something for sure. What did I break? I made engines expensive again. That's what I did. Because there's probably a lot of opium or something here. Maybe? Yeah, don't do that. We do need more of these. Okay, yeah, so it's pretty clear at this point that people really like authoritarianism. But I could placate them with just having the Zaibatsu in charge. Because boy, do they have a lot of political strength. That's crazy. But would it really make a difference? I wouldn't be able to pass anything. Yeah, that's not gonna work. What if I just get Bakufu back? We're bringing back the shogunate, baby. One more try. This time it'll work. I can't go oligarchy. It would cause a revolution, and it would be a pretty bad one too. Like, these guys are barely not starting a revolution, by the way. They're at 84% towards a revolution, and I suspect that's probably going to get closer to 100. Because people still don't trust elections. You know what else I should do? We try and create demand in the market for automobiles. So hopefully those actually get created. I think what you can do is actually just seed one automobile industry. One automotive industry requires rubber, oil, and engines. Okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Probably gonna make a lot more sense to put it in Tohoku. Just one. We're gonna seed one automotive industry so that there is a demand for some cars, which will start the private sector's investment. Why always the game of number goes up and down? Because that's just Victoria 3. Trying to figure out how to make the numbers go up. Will the Pops trust elections again if we use wealth voting? No, it'll make it worse. Like, dramatically worse. Yamato Meiji dies? Whoa. This is like an earth-shattering event for us. The Emperor was riding in a carriage between Edo and one of his country estates. A revolutionary threw himself under the carriage with a live grenade, slaying both the Emperor and himself. This would be an actually ground-shaking event. Like, the response to this would put the radical movement in the grave for the next 70 years. Assassinating the Emperor is, that's a pretty big charge. Okay, the Taisho era. Prince Yoshihito has ascended to the chrysanthemum throne as the Emperor of Japan. Changes his first name to Taisho. So what would make sense as a response to this? Because we can't actually do much more than we've already done. Like, we already have secret police. We already have censorship. Okay, where are these radicals? They're in Shikoku, Kyushu, and in Okinawa. Never let a good political crisis go to waste, I guess. Maybe in this case we would either go oligarchy or single party state. I haven't gone single party, no option for it right now. We need political agitation, which we do not have. We're not going to get that until we decide to research it, actually. Also, I should probably go analytical philosophy. Just to bump up my universities more, even though they are at max. If I bump them up more, I mean, they give me more qualifications too, so I only need one in the States and China. Well, I guess the response to this is that all the pops become more fascist. But for now, we do want to have legitimacy. Still can't do social monarchy, though. Of course not. Can I invite people? Wow, there's actually nobody at all to invite. Okay. I don't even think we can use wealth voting. I think if we try to claw back any voting rights, it's revolution. Now, I might do it anyway, because I might just fight the revolution. I'm kind of tired of having to deal with these guys in the first place, to be honest. Oh. Okay, well, the revolution actually just disbanded. I'm not actually too sure why, but I'll take it. Can we do wealth voting now? I guess we could, but I don't really even see the purpose, to be honest. It only ruins people's electoral confidence further. It's already really bad. Here's what we'll do. Political agitation for one-party state, then analytical philosophy. Maybe I should just go full infamy, like actual full infamy. Starting with my subjects. And also... California, ooh, 60 cohesion from that? I mean, I guess that's life. Japanifornia is officially real. I really wish I could have a big world war happening over here. It would be awfully convenient for me if we could just have Russia, France, Britain, and Germany fighting each other over here, in whatever order, I don't really care. You know, you'd think that some of the other powers would have tried to march further into Germany, right? Because they're communist, but seemingly no. They're still not actually communist, by the way. They're still basically doing state capitalism. Yeah, we could just win against Russia. That is true. But like, wouldn't it be a lot cooler if I didn't have to deal with that? My only concern right now, actually, is the fact that my navy is the only thing that isn't the strongest in the world. Because Britain focuses hard on navy. Actually, 125 versus 145. Maybe it is the strongest. Also, don't I have an interest in Panama now? I mean, I do, but I guess not. Yep. I definitely have an interest in Central America. Okay. Maybe I'll fund lobbies in Honduras or something. It's super cheap. Also, I could just conquer this guy instead of making them into a protectorate. Probably better because I think they're gonna hate me forever, so... Oh yeah, I should also start annexing a couple of small subjects that nobody's going to miss. So like Hawaii, for example. Maybe I'll wait until it's not gonna bring me to 75 infamy. More subjects? No, we don't want more subjects. We want fewer subjects now. Because I'm planning to play high infamy pretty soon, it means that we don't want to have that many subjects, because they hate it when you have high infamy. So right now, we're not even high infamy, we're like mid infamy. I'm talking infamy so high that it's genuinely off of the scale that they expect you to play at. It's not just going to be 125, which is I think it's the minimum to get dogpile is 125. Everyone embargoes you and tries to kill you. But no, we're going to try and play at like 600 infamy. And at that point, I think all of your subjects are permanently disloyal. So we might as well annex them now. Also, same thing with bloc members. We need to bring Texas into the bloc, or rather, we need to subjugate Texas. We're probably not going to actually subjugate Oregon or New Africa, but we do have California. That's cool. Yeah, you can see they're gaining 0.25 Liberty Desire per week just from infamy, which is kind of a lot. So we'll start with Hawaii. 30% chance they'll just back down. They probably won't, though. Never mind. Okay, that's crazy. I guess we'll take that. Cool. Yeah, we're still making those other ships, too. Maybe we'll do this. No, we have enough supply ships. Let's not forget, I should make another unit. Another army. Yeah, you're right, I need to upgrade in my construction. I've run out of incorporated states. Almost. Almost. And yeah, I do need to, like, actually upgrade it. I need arc welding. Tough thing to grab, though. Or elevators. Elevators probably the easier thing to pick up. Yeah, maybe we won't go analytical philosophy because that's a tier 5. Kind of expensive to do that. In fact, this is the priority. And then this is secondary. And then this is good for the influence and maneuvers, but not the most important. Okay, I think I need to start incorporating some parts of China. Unfortunately. Yeah, I know about the ahead of time research demo. It's not a never do that, it's more like if you're missing like one tech, it's not a big deal. And in fact, you can do a couple of things to sort of half research a tech. So you research it halfway while you're gaining the spread on the other stuff, because the spread will happen naturally. So you research it halfway, and then the spread finishes this off, and then it researches the other half, kind of. Not quite half, but you know what I mean. So you can like half research a bunch of ahead of time techs, if you really want to. Because if you go ahead and research all of the stuff that's like on parity with the rest of the world, then the issue you'll run into is that you will no longer get your spread. Because spread only exists so long as somebody has researched it. So yeah, we'll start incorporating some parts of China. It will somewhat cripple the silk plantations, but only by 20% throughput. It's actually not that bad. And I think I will start incorporating maybe here as well. Incorporate Shanxi for the coal. I think that's one of the states that I actually want to keep unincorporated for that very specific reason of giving me more coal. The only thing I need to do in Shanxi actually is build a university for qualifications. Isn't the problem no pops? I mean, that is kind of one of the problems. I'm getting some people moving into Japan, but it's just not enough. We're getting some people from North Sumatra, Central Java, Taiwan, Zhejiang. few different places. Like, we are getting some people from China as well. So are these guys still upset? Ooh, they're getting close though. Okay, I think we'll be able to do the whole Korea thing soon. Oh yeah, didn't I just pick up electric railways? Right, that's super important for us, actually. I need all of my motor industries to become electric engine industries, no matter the cost. Electricity shortage? We'll just build more electricity. We need as many engines as possible, and then after we successfully upgrade the engines, we need to upgrade the railways. And then after those are upgraded... Well, the other thing I also want is, if we go to our... First of all, upgrade these. But we want public motor carriages. Once we have enough automobiles, that would be a really great idea. We have 1 automobile factory. Let's go. Maybe 2 automobile factories. #1 producer. It's just like nobody else is producing them. The Japanese East Indies are producing cars. Good for them. Is it time to invade Arabia? No. We don't need oil from Arabia. We have Texas. We just need them to lock in, actually. You are in my market, aren't you? Because you're my subject. No? Oh, because you need to be a puppet for that. Oh, no, you're actually just not a subject. Yeah, wait, my bad. We just need to subjugate you. Right. Okay, now you're in my market. And while you're in my market, you should be able to fulfill some of the oil needs that I have. There we go. Now we can build some more construction as well. Because boy, that is a big construction pool. Big investment pool. Why can I build more here? I don't know, but I'm just going to keep on doing it because I think this game is broken. Sure, why not? More. Build more. This is ridiculous. Anyway. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't know if those will actually get built, but... I actually forgot that we have Taiwan as an incorporated state, so we can build there too. Now, what else do we want to annex? Problem is, if all these subjects are disloyal, which they get for free whenever I annex anything, then they don't really want to be annexed. It's kind of cringe. I don't know why. And some decree helping with the turmoil in Korea? No, it's fine. At this point, it is decreasing enough, probably because we are... Actually don't know what we're doing, but they seem to be happier, so that's all I need. It should be done, actually, in a month, at most. There we go. The government of Chosen. Complete. So what do we have here? The world now knows that Korea is part of the Empire of Japan and firmly under our country's total control. Right. So we get increased assimilation, accelerated assimilation, peninsula prestige for 15 years, okay. Or the much better option, which is 10% company throughput bonus and 15% company construction bonus for 15 years. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the bottom option. I think I can live with that. Combining the events assimilation with state edict is basically free pops. Well, I mean, it's free assimilation. But we don't actually need to assimilate Korea into Japanese. I think at this point it'll just happen on its own, too. Maybe. What I care about is the fact that we can construct things faster. Okay, yeah, these are actually also cooked. That makes sense. Oh no, my bad. Shouldn't have done that. There we go. Now we're using the investment pool. Disband your tool company to complete the Zaibatsu entry? I don't really want to, though. The tool company is so useful to me. Tool company giving me plus 5% throughput on manufactories. All manufactories across the board. Although, to be fair, like 5% is not that crazy at this point. Because the economy of scale has absolutely outcompeted that 5% to a ridiculous degree. But my prestige tools! Disband, complete entry, make it again, profit. The thing is, like, the Zaibatsu cannot buy up the tools. So even if I disband it, it's not like the Zaibatsu are gonna have more. And it's not like the tooling things are gonna be gone. The number of buildings will not decrease, and the number owned by Zaibatsu is not going to increase. So I don't think it's going to change anything. The only thing that would change is if I get rid of the Metalworks company and I replace it with a Zaibatsu. So like Mitsubishi would be one of those. And actually worth creating because they do bump up the automotive industry's throughput. However, we're kind of double dipping on the iron mines and I think the shipyards. Maybe not shipyards. And then paper. You know what? Maybe we do just build Mitsubishi. Man, my economy is gonna hurt so much. You're not a Zaibatsu, are you? How do I check what is a Zaibatsu? Mitsui, Mitsubishi, Yasuda, and Sumitomo. So the only one I can do is build Mitsubishi, actually. I guess I can make Mitsubishi if I get rid of the other, like the tooling company. It is going to be, no exaggeration, catastrophic to the economy. I think I can expect like a 5% dip in GDP whenever I get rid of that company. Like getting rid of that company is like if Nvidia just snapped out of existence today. Like that would probably cause a massive economic depression. That would be pretty devastating. Also, goddamn, it is so hot in my office right now. I'm gonna open a window, and I might even have to end stream because I'm boiling in here, I'm not gonna lie. Your economy suffers, the rest of the world economy collapses. Yeah, kind of. I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna do it. Alright. Also, I'm gonna do this too. Wait, Mantetsu is not a Zaibatsu. That's crazy. Anyway. Companies. This company disappears, disband. Dude, it's gonna be crippling. Goodbye, economy. It's nice knowing ya. Mitsubishi. Oh, we need to own. We need to have 5 shipyards in Kyushu. We don't have any. It's gonna take some time. Now witness the collapse. Okay, it's actually not that bad. I thought it would be a lot worse. I think the investment pool might be privatizing a lot of them too. Maybe. What is this? A revolt. Huh. Didn't expect to have a revolt in Borneo in a good while. In a hot minute. Mantetsu is what is known as a minor Zaibatsu. They became part of the Big 7 after the Big 4 the game gives you. Okay. Embargo against Maquindanao. You know what? Sure. Why not? It's pretty funny. Look at that construction efficiency, though. That's beautiful. Well, right, I do have road maintenance in Japan. Okay, now we can get Mitsubishi. I'm not stupid, that actually is one of them, right? Mitsubishi? Yeah. So, what can I give you guys? What can I give you guys that matters? Probably motor companies. So we already have coal, we already have steel. Coal, steel, iron, those are already covered. So right now you're just on paper and shipyards. So yeah, motor industries make sense. Sure. Artillery foundry? It's not going to be nearly as profitable. What I would like is actually for these engines to get bought up by the company immediately. There we go. That's beautiful. Oh, you'll love to see that. So now the throughput goes up. Although we don't really have enough electricity. Auto expand doesn't really seem to build a sufficient amount. It's just like, oh, do we need more? Let's build one. And then that's done, and it's like, oh, do we need more? Let's build one more after that. You know, we could just build more at once. I'm sure my subject can handle that. Yeah. Oh yeah, the investment pool has just been entirely privatized. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so the investment pool's a little bit cooked for the time being. The construction sectors are cooked. That's a problem, because if we don't have construction, then a lot of other goods are going to overproduce and is going to crash the economy. So anywhere we have an electricity shortage, we're just going to be the ones to produce everything there. Or to construct everything. You could actually just do this. We may yet get the corporate empire, actually. I really didn't think it would happen, to be honest. I was a major doubter. I'm still a major doubter. Like 3.5% off. Texas withdraws. Oh, but you're my subject. You can't do anything about this. Okay, so Brunei had a slave revolt. Unfortunately, I think we're going to use that as a justification to say that Brunei should not act under its own governance anymore. Clearly, if they're having revolts, then we might need to be the one in charge. Although I could wait just a minute to make it more likely for them to just give up. Wow, the investment pool is actually just buying up everything. Do we need more electricity anywhere? Maybe? Okay, and then with electricity being built, first of all, everything electric streetlights. We can also get arcades. That is going to spike demand for electricity further, I think. So the new EU5 update? If only EU5 economy was this smooth. If only. Okay, I might have to slightly increase taxes. Just because we're taking on the economic burden of the entire private estate as they privatize a bunch of stuff. Or the private sector. Can't hire people. Because there are not enough people to hire. Well, we can kind of shift some industries around. Let's just go incorporated industries in Japan. Textile mills. Electric sewing machines if you're able to. I feel like also it would be a decent idea for us to go ahead and actually go to machined steel tools. Because one, I think we're kind of overproducing tools. And we want fewer people employed, so if we increase the number we can produce, then yeah, we can decrease employment, I think. Now that is going to cause an immediate issue with rubber, because we do not produce enough. However, I think we can solve some of that problem. Also, yes, I do want to purchase the Panama Canal. Oh boy, if the strike is not resolved in 5 years, a general strike occurs. Let's see how much we can import from the world market to start with. It appears to be very low. Okay, that's a problem. Dude. Confederate States of America versus the Confederate Abolitionist Revolt. What, you got tired of slavery or something? Oh wow, rubber plantations are not hiring a lot of people. You don't have enough qualifications for laborers? Like, what do you mean? Can't get people to work in the rubber plantations? Because you don't have enough laborers? But you have 300,000 peasants. Surely they can work as laborers, right? Please, investment pool, save me. Investment pool, please. I can't keep on making power plants. Besides, we don't even need that many power plants, they're just having trouble hiring people. Okay, maybe I should be the one to build more rubber. Although, I kinda doubt we'll be able to actually extract this rubber. Like, a lot of these places straight up have nobody. Which is why I need to actually integrate Brunei or the East Indies. I'm gonna go with Brunei. Please say yes. Please say yes. Finally, okay, good. So the reason we have to do that is because these rubber plantations, they need people working there, they need exploitative practices with automatic irrigation. And I will even subsidize them. New mandate available. We'll just max this out, I guess. Revolution? What? I don't think so. And actually, I need a bunch of people to move into North Borneo. Probably all of Borneo. Very difficult to build in Borneo. 25 years. Might as well get started. You're like monarchy, democracy? We're trying. Monarchy with census suffrage, but if we try to change off of census suffrage, it is instant civil war. Well, maybe not if we try to pass universal suffrage. That's a tough one. We're gonna try and maybe go single party state. Right now, we're kind of trying to refactor the economy, and it is not working out super well. But it should actually be able to solve itself if we can manage to get all the way up to 25% building levels controlled by the Zaibatsu, which is what we are really trying to do right now. Need to decrease the fraction of radical laborers and machinists. Kind of hard to do because, yeah, we had to increase taxes. People don't like that. Oh yeah, I forgot we could have submarines in this game. Submarines actually work better if they are alone, because I feel like they should be. But in practice, they might be Victoria 3 Classic, and maybe they don't. Yeah, these guys are anarchists. Well, yeah. So, I mean, they were actually anarchist, and then they had a socialist revolt. It's complicated. Then Colombia trying to form the Federation of the Andes, but what happened? Argentina lost the Civil War, and some Incan tribes came out or something. Then Britain colonized them, and then the #1 power. It might be a little bit cooked. Unless Britain falls apart, which, I mean, in some cases they sometimes do, kind of, maybe. Or if you can become strong enough without taking it, that you can just deny Britain from being able to actually land. Because for some reason the AI is not the greatest at being able to land. Like, do actual naval invasions. Like, it's pretty easy if you're starting off with Japan. You can just take these islands from Russia at the start of the game. and they can't really do anything about it because they're just not smart enough to figure out naval invasions. Or at least it takes too long for them. Britain might be a different case, though. So I wouldn't say, like, oh, just go ahead and do it. But there's a chance it might be fine. Maybe. Also, this admiral just instantly died. Nice. Is Canada English or anime? They're still English. Well, you know. Canadian. English and French. Need more consumption? I'm trying to get people to consume more. Well, actually, people in Japan are consuming just fine. Standard of living on average is 19.1 in Japan. It's actually pretty solid in Korea as well. It's just that in China, people are not having a good time. Do I control most of Earth's population? No. Well, I might have a plurality. Well, actually, wait a minute. What is the world's population right now? Yeah, I do not have most of the world's population, but I am obviously like the largest amount. So yeah, that's not half. But if I conquer Yua down here... How many pops do you have? Get it? You? Like Yua? They have 50 million. Maybe I'll just take another 50 million, throw that on top. Japanese Raj? That would be a tough one. And excruciatingly painful. But I might do it. I'm thinking between 1916 and 1936. I'm just gonna go max infamy. Embargo against Dynam. Sure. Okay, did I solve the... Whoa. I didn't solve the electricity shortage. Why do you even have an electricity shortage? Oh, because you're not actually employing people in the power plants. That makes sense. It's funny, you can actually see every time I invaded China on the standard of living graph. It's first invasion, second invasion, third invasion. Oh, what's happening? Manchu radical revolts. What? You can't do that. That's like treason or something. We do need more rubber. That is actually so true. So true, bestie. I am subsidizing the rubber plantations more than anybody should be subsidizing anything. Actually, I'm subsidizing the railways a lot. Where am I subsidizing railways? Yeah, I guess people aren't using that much transportation. there's no reason to do labor saving here, so... The only thing is, I do kinda need it for the infrastructure, so I'm gonna keep that, but it is a little unfortunate. Actually, we're gonna give this army automobiles. We're gonna see if we can commit to some demand in the market. Oh wow, the Pops already really want them. Ooh, more electoral confidence. Oh shoot. Electoral confidence going up, voter turnout going up. Common People's Party becoming more popular? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We can't be doing socialism, though. If we do socialism, then how am I supposed to keep my colonies? Oh, Zaibatsu, the special guys that you are. Okay, we might be able to do private health insurance. Oh, it's gonna create so much radicalism. No, we can't do that. I can't do private schools either. It's so cooked. It's unbelievably cooked. I mean, maybe we can do private schools, but I like public schools so much more. Man. It's 1.5% wealth education access, wealth-based. How much wealth my Pops have? I know the standard of living, but that's not the same as wealth. Middling, why? Because they can afford everything that they need. Why? Because they have wealth. How much wealth? Yes. Let's go to population. Census data. Culture. None. Japanese. And Korean, I guess. Okay, I don't want to know the standard of living. I want to know their wealth. Show me their wealth. They refuse to let me know how rich they are. I mean, you can kind of assume standard of living from wealth, but it's not the same. Standard of living is probably high enough that it's not a big deal. No, standard of living is not wealth. They are related, but they're separate things. So wealth is like the baseline amount of money that they make, and standard of living is based on the amount of goods they can purchase with their wealth. And it also has a few other factors. Like, for example, public health insurance increases standard of living by 2, but it does not bump up wealth by 2. Right, so their material wealth is the baseline, and then it increases or decreases based on other factors. So it is the main factor, but it is not the only factor. So I guess I can assume that their standard or their wealth is probably like 2 less. So maybe I can do private schools. And Zaibatsu, I actually hate you guys right now. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe you deserve to lose power. Fine, we'll do that. You wanted specifically the Terracoya, right? How is that different? Oh, disables the Education Institute. Never mind, we're not doing that. I do not care what they want. That's too bad. I am willing to actually let the socialists into power a little bit. Just a little bit as a treat. I've been too mean to them. Yeah, unfortunately, the Zaibatsu are gonna have to live with this. That's too bad. Well, it increases electoral confidence. I guess we'll take it. We do want more electoral confidence. Yeah, it's gonna be a blowout. It's not even close. Oh yeah, I do need to build the Panama Canal, don't I? I need to make an offer for it. Hello, I would like to purchase the Panama Canal. Hello Brazil, I would like to purchase the Panama Canal. How does one purchase the Panama Canal? Brazil? Brazil, please. Brazil, please. Took the claim instead of the buying option? I don't think I even got the event. No, I finished the survey and then I clicked offer them a suitable, or give them a suitable offer, I think. Yeah, because I don't have a claim here. Britain and the United States are both basically saying we'll just take it, but they haven't. But me, good guy Japan, clearly good guy here, with my notorious infamy. Clearly good guy Japan here said, no, we'll make an offer for it, but actually we're not making an offer. So, I don't really know what to do about that. Because I do want the Panama Canal. I really, really do. I want oil from Texas to flow into Japan. Really want that oil. Look how much oil that is. That's a lot. I want that. Maybe I don't have an interest in Brazil? That could be it. Also, I'm gonna start getting rid of some of my really old ships. Just hogging manpower for no reason. So the crew should be able to find its way into here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and have this fleet do a little bit of diplomacy in Brazil. Corporate empire is getting pretty close, actually. Now that they're no longer... Actually, no, they're still buying up a bunch of buildings. Shoot. But Mitsubishi has started producing their prestige good. That's solid. Also, Manchuria has had a revolt. You know what that means. Well, it means nothing, actually, because I've annexed subjects too frequently. Shoot. Okay, fine. The socialists have won their election fair and square with 53% of the vote. Let's see how the people like their rule. Not very much, I might like to add. Yep, you may have gone ahead and actually won the election, but nobody likes you still. You would immediately create an illegitimate government, which we cannot hope to solve. Why, man? Why? You guys just had to win. Well, hey, we can get an ethno-nationalist in charge of the trade unions, I guess. We can get a feminist in charge of the petite bourgeoisie. Maybe. That'll at least split the petite bourgeoisie a little. Let's see, what's the most damaging? Actually, I think I need to wait a little bit for their clout to actually catch up. Their legitimacy might go up. No, never mind. Why is it so bad? Ideological incompatibility. Oh right, because they're socialists. They do not like our economic system one bit. Not at all. But I like the economic system. And they want anarchy. Well, that's too bad. You don't get to have anarchy. This is so cooked. We could form a government here, maybe. That's the weird thing about Victoria 3 politics, is that a party can actually win more than 50% of the vote. This isn't just a plurality, this is like... This is actually a majority government, but they aren't forced into power. I guess that makes sense, like you as the player can be like, oh, actually, the Emperor says that even though you've won a majority government, you're just not going to be appointed. But it should cause a lot more backlash than it does. And yes, I know we have like minus 30% confidence, I know. The Emperor's a traditionalist. The Emperor's opinion is not particularly relevant. I mean, it's kind of relevant because, sure, monarchy, but... What if I go universal suffrage? Okay, actually, truth nuke. Oh, I can't even truth nuke this. Because there's no way they'll form a legitimate government. Shoot. Become an oligarchy. I think that'll actually cause a revolution. Yeah. That will start a revolution. Screw it. Universal suffrage. We're doing the gambit. The democratic gambit. Single party state? We'll get around to it. Oh, actually, we do have single party state. Universal empowers the unions. I want the unions to be in charge just long enough to give me regulatory bodies and to get rid of child labor. Otherwise, we will never get rid of these. The clergy can get rid of those? Not really. The clergy are corporatist. Maybe you can try to go through the corporatized unions angle? Maybe. We tried that once, they didn't like it very much. They actually want corporatized unions. That's funny as hell. You know what? Yeah, sure, why not? We'll make the radicals a little more upset, but not that much. Problem is, who wants the, wants corporatized unions? Oh yeah, the trade unions. Of course. Or the Shinto monks. That's not happening. Trade unions. That's not happening. We're kind of in political gridlock right now. So here's what we're gonna do. Actually, here's what we're gonna do. Universal suffrage, okay? Trade unions empowered. Trade unions support corporatized unions. Yippee. Okay. Corporatized unions generate corporatist characters. They like social monarchy. You can see where we're going with this. Trade unions more likely to be corporatist. They like social monarchy. Swap to social monarchy. Single party state. That's how I'm feeling right now. What agitators do you have right now? An anarchist, ethno-nationalist, and a feminist. And I cannot invite... Oh, I can invite some people. Okay, yeah, these are not particularly useful to me. What does social monarchy entail? Social monarchy is basically like fascist Italy. You're going to betray the revolution. Yes. It's like you have... Hold on, maybe we can just read it. Hold on. A political system in which the state positions itself as the ultimate mediator between the nation's corporate groups. The monarchy is held to be the symbol of the country's national identity. Yeah, it's like monarchy, but it's like the die for the emperor kind of monarchy. instead of the pay your taxes to your feudal lord kind of monarchy. Pretty excited though, we're getting close to 1 billion GDP. Speaking of which, I do want more minting. And what did we just pick up? Oh right, this. That's kind of important. We actually produce a ridiculous amount of silk. What do we even need this for? I think we produce more silk than anybody could possibly use in the entire world. It's genuinely ridiculous. Big export though. Speaking of the world market. Yeah, we are kind of like half of the world market. I mean, given the circumstances. I'll just take the research, that's fine. Yeah, the government's cooked. We're still gonna try this though. See if I can negotiate with the... Actually, no, at this point, any negotiations are gonna suck. It's not worth it. Also, I feel like I don't really need to be expanding all of the road construction here. At this point, I also don't need this in Kyushu. Like, the money we're making off of resources in Kyushu is probably negligible. Okay, maybe not. It's like a quarter of the economy. But they do get massive throughput bonuses anyway. So reducing it from 116 by 20% is not a huge deal. And that kind of goes for like most of these. Like, we don't need this. What we do need is to get people to move places. Oh, but nobody's really moving because we have migration controls. Right. Okay. What if we get people to move to Japan instead? It might solve some of our problems. Yeah, Manchuria withdraws from that agreement that hasn't been relevant in 30 years. That's fine. There's just no chance we're gonna pass this. We might actually be on the track towards an unavoidable civil war. which is super bad to have late game. Because if I don't break these strikes, if I don't solve these problems, then we're going to have a general strike. A general strike can be really, really bad. You do like a mega corporation state, or does Vic not support it? We do kind of have two mega corporation states. This one up here is 8% of the economy, and this one is also 8%. Which, all things considered, is pretty big. Build autos and use them in the urban centers with the transport option? Well, yeah. I don't remember the context behind that comment, though. Like, that is true, we could do that. I don't know if we produce enough, though. Oh, because we have no rubber. And why do we have no rubber? It's because nobody wants to move here to get rubber for me. Zero qualifications. And also, population has been maxed. I'm just going to invest entirely into labor-saving PMs in Borneo. Actually, you don't even need to make this. Or this. There's just nobody in Borneo, that's the biggest problem. We can't really get people to move there either, because I'm pretty sure they're too discriminated against. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. Also, 1 billion GDP, ooh, for a split second there. I'm gonna keep trying to get people to move to Borneo, but I don't think it's going to happen. It says rubber's pretty cheap. Oh, is your infrastructure cooked? Yep, that's the problem. Oh, you also have no railways. Okay, that'll cause another problem. Also, I feel dumb. I just realized. Well, I just remembered. Yeah, all my railways. Let's yeah, let's do that. Let's maybe do that a little. Maybe not here though. Sure, sounds good. America's still in this civil war, by the way. 0 dead, 0 wounded. At this point, this is just secession. It's just a separate country at this point. Also, dude, it's so cursed. We're having another radical revolt. Australia never gets a break. We need so much more rubber too, because we just don't have enough for the automotive industries either. Why are you building them in Fujian? Why are we building infinite? Hold on, whoa, 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 whoa. Is that like 60 of these being built in Fujian? Why are we building so many in Fujian? You're not supposed to build them there. Okay, we're gonna tank the economy a little bit again. Just a little bit. Prestige or 50% of the Kyoto engineers are loyalists. We'll take that. Oh yeah, we can finish this as well. Continue land reclamation. More immigration. 2% of all Japanese pops in Tokai relocates to Hokkaido. That's okay. We're gonna give the Zaibatsu more throughput on mines and agriculture, and that's fine. Okay, now, with the Hokkaido event done, we're not really doing colony growth. I think the bottom one is probably better. It's either more influence, which we're fine on, or more legitimacy. We do need legitimacy. Speaking of needing legitimacy, we can bring down taxes a little bit more. And if we do that, we can actually pass this law. Fujian is the Detroit of the Far East, they say. Is that what they say? Because I feel like it's a little bit ridiculous. Still no rubber in this market, by the way. Is there no rubber in Taiwan? I guess not. We need rubber so badly. We just can't employ anybody in the Japanese East Indies. Just zero employment, like nothing. There are people who can work, but they will not be employed. Build in Brazil? Unironically? Oh right, I forgot I sent my fleet over to Brazil too. That's probably costing me a ridiculous amount. Oops. Anyway, wait, am I also subsidizing shipyards? I'm not. Interesting. Anyway, can I buy the Panama Canal, please? Nope. Okay, I thought I could just have an interest in Brazil, but that's clearly not enough. Alright. I should just send the Navy back home. But from Brazil, we're going to want a few things, actually. We want trade privileges. We want investment rights. We are willing to offer a defensive pact. Don't do something stupid with it. And that is fine with me. Then I'm really hoping my private industries are going to say, hey, wow, we need rubber. We can get a lot of that in Brazil. Wouldn't that be a really good idea for Brazil to start exporting rubber? Wouldn't that be really neat? Except that they also have chronic shortage of labor. That's great. They also barely have rubber. Just got in, budget seems healthy, don't even worry about it. The budget has kind of looked like this for the past, I don't know, like hour and a half. 2 hours. Well, yeah, the reserves did go down a little bit because I had to refactor the entire economy, and I was responsible for building the entire time that was happening. And it's still kind of happening, by the way. Just not as badly. We do have a new mandate. Eventually, swapping over to exploitation of members is kind of ideal for us for the increased authority and influence, but for now it's not a big deal. Because we do want to annex our subjects. Want to swap out colonial offices? No, not yet. We want to take over this guy. Right now our colonial offices are giving us minus 25% infamy generation. Sorry, minus 15 against unrecognized powers. So, while China is not completely conquered, no, not yet. Besides, what you should do is actually get 3 of these mandates so you can swap out immediately to a level 3. I think what I do want to do at this point is probably wait until I can annex the East Indies. Because what I want to do is take direct control over these rubber plantations, and then kind of force people to work in them, and also fix the production method here. I think we have enough supply ships, I'm just going to stop building them. Hey, don't worry about the debt. Everyone's always way too concerned about the debt. You can stay as concerned as you want for the next 20 years and we will never go bankrupt. In fact, the more debt we take out, the healthier the economy is. That's the truth nuke that people don't want to hear, is actually we should be taking out more debt. That's the truth nuke. Game ends in 1930, isn't it 1936? Those 6 years do actually matter when you consider that this whole stream has taken place over 13 years. Look, the radicalism's going down too. Even people in China are starting to vibe with the Japanese economic miracle. We're also building a ridiculous number of things in random Chinese provinces. So I guess that's also kind of why. Real Vic 3 players stay at 99% debt all the time. True. Actual truth nuke though, the reason why the debt is fine is because you're basically paying your industries. Well, it's more so you're borrowing money from your industries. And they're fine with that, because they make some interest back on it. Now, we're not paying that much interest compared to the debt. They make some money, and we're borrowing from our own industries. It's not like it's foreign debt. Oh, what do you know? Even less interest now. That's crazy. Ooh, I don't want 15% activism on the radicals. But I do want the success chance, so I will take that actually. Next, mass propaganda. National Citizens Alliance Party. Actually, what I want is probably conveyors, automatic bottle blowers. Okay, so I did briefly crash the economy. Did I end up fixing it again? Oh yeah, kind of. Okay, nice. Let's crash it again. Let's see. We'll do that. That'll slightly crash the economy. Maybe steal donkeys? Yeah, we can do that, I think. Gold mines, that's an easy one. Right, we now have the better, what do you call them? Better livestock PMs. We're getting pretty close on the corporate empire, actually. We're not a single-party state yet. We do actually, ironically, need universal suffrage first. And then we can get one-party state. Sounds a little counterintuitive, but we just need to convince the people of an alternative to socialism. Why universal suffrage? So this is going to empower the trade unions a little bit. That sounds bad, except the trade unions are very excited about the prospect of corporatized unions. So, we go ahead and give them corporatized unions. That's going to generate more corporatist characters. And what do corporatists like? Social monarchy. That's the game plan. It's either that or general strike and it's cooked. See, look, now we have a legitimate government with the trade unions. This guy is also ethno-nationalist. Ignore that part. Don't worry about that. Okay, so we get this government in charge. And then we go and we get our corporatized unions. And yes, the Zaibatsu are going to be very upset because I did just betray them. So yeah, they're pretty angry right now. They were kicked out of government and they hate this law change. Japanese East Indies. Japanese East Indies. Every single time. Why are you being invaded by Spain again? We already went through this. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it in like 30 days. Texas is rebellious. I don't think you understand. It's a little too late for that. Actually, I have a better idea. Liberate the Philippines. And then we'll come back later and actually take the Philippines. I'm gonna make that primary. I'm gonna get Britain into this. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Also, where are my submarines? Why are you in this fleet? I didn't ask you to be in this fleet. Oh, you're not in that fleet. Oh, here they are. Yeah, there is an American fascist revolt. This war has been going on for, I think, the better part of 10 years. How did you become a Dominion, actually? Okay, that's a weird one. I think you should back down. Okay, the trade centers are starting to get a little bit. I might have to... Might have to do nothing. There's nothing to do. Even if we go to Brazil and we say, hey, we're gonna invest in the rubber plantations, like, no one is willing to export rubber. World market for rubber is cooked. The Danes are exporting more rubber than Brazil. It is over. How the hell are you? Where are you exporting that? Is that literally just from here? Impressive. Make a treaty for rubber? I would like to. I don't know if they'll actually sell it to us. No, because they also have no rubber. Nobody has rubber. There's no rubber in this world. Even if I go into Brazil and I expand all of their rubber plantations, I feel like they're still not going to actually export rubber. They simply don't have enough population. But I'll see if I can figure something out anyway. Truth be told, I don't really want to escalate this any further. Will the Zybots take bribes? No. They're very angry right now. I really don't want to invade Siberia either. Thank God. Okay, the Philippines are now free without ever firing a shot. Now, I could just go ahead and make them a protectorate immediately. But I have a feeling their economy is going to crash so hard that we can just annex them entirely. I think you guys got this. Yeah, you guys are fine. Yeah, I can demobilize. And then I have to go and go ahead and conquer these guys in Yue. When the population is upset, just go to war. They'll be fine. And they'll be happy. (1915) and there is no World War I. I do actually wish that there were some kind of mechanic that could draw countries into a final conclusion so we could have like a big end to the campaign. Some kind of world war would be nice. If Brazil doesn't use rubber themselves, they don't produce any rubber, even though rubber's in high demand. I'm pretty sure they use some rubber, because they are exporting a little bit. Yeah, they're actually exporting over 1,000 rubber, so like, that's something. And we are probably importing all of that rubber. You guys do have this, though, right? Is that Communist Belgium? It's cooked. Communist Belgium, but anti-German. Fascinating. Considering that Germany's trying to take on the place of the Soviet Union. Well, not really. We can't kid ourselves here. This is not really a communist Germany. It's a council republic. It wears the face of communism, but you look inside and it's all private ownership. Ooh, that is a bit of a gamble, but 2% of pops becoming radical is a little too much for me. I'll just lose a little bit of money. See if we can get the Haymin on board. Right of assembly next? Okay, this gets a little bit ridiculous. Late game negotiations make no sense, because late game, it's like, hey, I want you to triple the number of staple crops in our states. Listen, we are a fully industrialized country with a ridiculous number of agricultural buildings, whatever you want to call them. I don't even think we can construct on this much arable land by the end of the game. I don't even know if we have this much arable land. Oh, and by the way, it might mean actual states. Oh no, there's staple crops though, right. Or I can give them political concessions, like, bruh. I mean, I guess, it's only 50, but I hate giving them anything. I do not like getting political concessions, because it used to be really good, and admittedly a little bit broken. Just a little bit too strong, maybe. What if you release more subjects? I think I'm about to do the opposite. I think I'm going to annex the Japanese East Indies next. How's that economy looking, Philippines? Very healthy, it seems. Interesting. 20 legitimacy? Yoink. Oh, that's beautiful. One must always remain hopeful they get a future update, right? Yeah, I am kind of hoping for something that tries to create more, I don't know, like catalysts for late game things to happen on like a more concerted level. Like, I don't care if it's a little bit railroaded, if it's like, okay, you have a bunch of great powers. We're gonna create a bunch of events that sort of like politically force you to join these wars. Because in Victoria 3, like, there are consequences to not joining wars, but they're rarely political. Maybe that's the best angle to take with it. Because you can decide, like, oh, I'm just not gonna get involved, and everyone's like, okay, sounds good. Sounds good to me. But for a lot of wars, it's like, if you don't get involved, I mean... a lot of, like, internal consequences, I think. Maybe they'll add that in the state and revolution thing. Maybe. I am looking forward to the Russia DLC because it seems like they're gonna do more political rework. I think we could always use more rework to the politics in this game. Also, I'm gonna tank the economy again. Aw, man. Minus 10%. Russia DLC release date is out? I don't think so. Unless they changed anything. Shanxi does not need migration attraction. That's okay. Okay, that's done. So I think at this point, Japanese East Indies will not accept me deciding to integrate them. Why? Because they're not that loyal, I guess? Aren't you loyal to me? You should be. Or are you aloof? You're pretty aloof. Okay. We'll have to wait for their liberty desire to continue decreasing for a bit. In fact, if we go to the East Indies, and maybe we can grant them something. Well, hey, listen, I got like maybe 15 more minutes here. Yeah, maybe we just annex the East Indies and then move on with our lives. Wait, isn't there like a weird thing you can do where you grant them a state, and then you can just take the state back? Like, you grant them the state, it decreases their liberty desire, and then you can just annex them, thus giving you the state back? Let me try that. It's in the treaties. It works, but you'll have to integrate it again. Okay, I don't care that much about Borneo. Actually, I think I could give them this. Japanese Mindanao. Never incorporated, has less than 100,000 people on it. Or I can give them their states thing. I can give them their subjects thing. Unless Acha is my subject. No. Okay. What if I give you this? Okay, now you're happy. 25% chance of saying yes. It's not great. Wow, that is still a lot of liberty desire. Or a lot of infamy from that. Give it a month, maybe it'll change. No. But we do have a 75% chance of them saying yes. I really don't want to fight them. I'm gonna save, but hey, I have confidence. They'll say yes. Surely I'm not jinxing it right now. Surely. They'll say yes. Let's go. We're so back. Unfortunately, I think that gave me more subjects. Aw, man. Who are you fighting? Well, we're just integrating our subjects right now. Also that I watch TADC episode 9. I don't think I'm familiar. What's TADC? Oh, the Amazing Digital Circus. Oh yeah, I actually did watch that. Watched that last night. It was interesting. I kind of been following it over the years. Although it didn't end the way that I thought it would. I guess I'll say that, because it came out very recently, right? Okay, right, so what we wanted to do is go to our rubber plantations, automatic irrigation, bump that up. All of these, actually. We need so much rubber. Actually, what I should do is probably just... Ooh, maybe not. It's probably a bad idea. Okay, we are getting some rubber. Yeah, and now we're actually getting people who weren't employed are now actually getting employed. Bruh. Okay. My subject was literally too stupid to figure out how to get people employed into the rubber plantations. Okay, and then on top of that, we also want not even just there, but the oil everywhere. Use combustion engines, of course. What else do I want? Well, anything that is incorporated, actually. We'll go ahead and give you the best options for things. Is that going to be a problem? Not really. Okay. Also, Zaibatsu have been... yeah, they've been losing kind of their, ownership. So close and yet so far every time. Man, we're never getting these corporatized unions. It's so cooked. It's never happening. My whole strategy is gone. It's over. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's kind of impossible for the Philippines to become insignificant. It's kind of a shame. But anyway, you know what? I think I did say that I didn't have that much time. I think after a solid 5.5-hour session, I think we're probably good to call it for today. We did actually end up getting our Japanifornia. They are in our power block. And I think there are actually no Japanese people here. That's crazy how that works. Anyway, Still, it's in the power block. It counts. What about Oregon? I mean, it kind of makes sense that they're not getting any Japanese immigrants because nobody in Japan wants to leave Japan. We have pretty much full employment. You're not really going to find an opportunity in Oregon that you're not going to find in Japan. Your standard of living is just significantly better. But yeah, we actually, we got a lot done today. It's actually a lot of consolidating, annexing subjects, that kind of thing. And then of course we took like another half, and maybe another third quarter maybe of China. And then, you know, got a few countries in America into our power block at least. Can't really subjugate New Africa though, because they need to be... Whoa, you guys are an actual major power? Is the bar this low? Oh, you're the leading prestige goods producer, which kind of makes sense given that my companies, I think, own your economy. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess the bar is really kind of low, because Germany's not doing too hot. France isn't doing too well. 32 million GDP France. I have never seen a sadder France in my entire life. How is it this cooked, buddy? How is it this bad? When you look at Britain, 200 million? That's nothing. Even Germany, 130 million? That's nothing. Oh, someone just sped down my street on a motorcycle. On a 40-kilometer road. That's nice, I can hear that though. Alright, anyway, yeah, we're gonna call it here for today. And I'm gonna come back sometime in this upcoming week. I would like to finish this campaign at some point, but I'm not gonna lie. It is becoming increasingly tedious, so the chance of that happening decreases every time I make another one of these streams. Because we are on the 5th stream here, so... It's a late game, it's kinda tedious. It's not as interesting as it could be, because there's no world war, it's just let's see how much I can conquer before the world kills me. So if I do another stream, it's just gonna be Welcome to World Conquest Simulator. We're going to be invading all of Asia, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe we'll colonize Australia or something, I don't know. You honestly can start a new one? Well, I'm probably not going to start a new Vic 3 campaign for a while, because one, I have that U4 and Benar campaign simmering in the background. And then I have... Well, I want to play more of the EU5 beta, to be honest. I actually want to play more of that. Mostly so that I'm more informed about the changes and can give better feedback. And then maybe also just streaming slightly less, that I can make a few extra videos in the backlog, especially because I think next weekend... Is that next weekend? Oh my god, it is. Yeah, I'm gonna be out to a friend's cottage. So I'm gonna be a little bit busy that weekend, can't really do that much. I think starting on the Friday, and maybe I come back on Monday. And I also, the following Wednesday, you know, the 1st of July, you know, Canada Day, I'm also gonna be maybe going out to the cottage, or I'm just not gonna be working, so... Who knows, maybe a fewer streams here and there so that I can build a better backlog. But we'll see. There might even be something special for July 1st, possibly. But we're going to call it here for now. I am pretty pleased with our Japan progress so far. If it does continue, we'll find out. But if it doesn't, I want to say thank you everybody for watching these streams as they've unfolded over the past 2-ish months. Boy, it really has been a long time. But anyway, thank you very much. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I will not see you tomorrow because it is Father's Day. So, you know, go ahead. Hopefully you guys have good Father's Day as well, those of you who are fathers, or those of you who want to celebrate with yours. And other than that, yeah, that's kind of it, actually. Oh, video, I think Monday. Or Tuesday. It's scheduled for one of those days, I don't remember. If you're a channel member, then you'll be able to find out immediately, because you can watch it right now, actually. So, have fun with that. Anyway, I'll see you guys when I do, but for now, we are going to go ahead and raid somebody, maybe. At least on YouTube, because I tend to only raid people if I have more than 25 on Twitch, and right now we are not at that. So we're going to go ahead and see if anybody else is streaming at the moment. And I can send you their way. But chances are, probably not. I do not think so. Okay. In that case, I'll see you guys when I do. And until then, bye bit.